What is up, guys? Welcome to the transparency. I wanted to get started early because I got some things I want to get off my motherfucking chest. Come on, guys. Gather around, gather around. Today should be very, very interesting because yesterday was, the Academy Award goes to Miss Laya, Pants on Fire, Allie McCabe right here.
Your family or Colin Albert and his family undergone over the course of pendency of this case?
Objection.
No, the door's been opened. I'm allowing it.
Well, basically harassment.
Right there, the door has been open. No door was open, okay? Again, that is a discretionary ruling, and her discretion, again, just completely sides with the prosecution. Now, I'll tell you what door was truly open, which was 100% they entered into evidence, fabricated evidence. How do I know this? Well, I'm going to simply show it to you guys, and then you guys can be the judge. 2 screenshots were shown, not data. 2 screenshots that were shown from this woman's phone, Allie McCabe, who picked up Colin Albert, and then Colin Albert's screenshot from his phone. Screenshots should match. They're both iPhones, you know? They should match.
Harassment by
Bloggers, people online.
How does that have anything to do, bloggers, people online? How does that have anything to do with Karen Reed? You're letting this woman talk about harassment that she endured, allegedly, at the hands of somebody else. Karen Reed wasn't calling her. Karen Reed wasn't, marching around her house. Karen Reed didn't do shit to this girl, right? But everybody in that jury got to hear her cry, all right? Literally cry and make it seem like it was Karen Reed. That ain't Karen Reed. And that isn't for this court. And they stipulated to this. So how do you take this little genie and put it back in the genie little rubbing down? How do you do that? You can't. This is absolute craziness. I hope they recall this witness because I'm going to show you why.
And what, if anything, in relation to Colin Albert being in the house has occurred as far as the harassment that you're talking
Can you rephrase?
about? With reference to what you were talking about as far as the relevancy of Colin Albert being in the house at that time, what, if any, harassment was there in relation to that and in relation to Colin?
Well,
Objection.
No, go ahead. She can answer.
Colin wasn't at the house, so he's being harassed for. He was not at the house when John was there, so I drove him home. So he.
Boom. He was not at the house while John was there. Oh, I call that a Freudian slip. You guys can call it whatever you want. All right. She got really comfortable. Yeah, they're objecting. Now I get to talk about my harassment. Oops. Okay. Colin wasn't there when John was there at the house. Now, let's take a look at little Hector the projector. We saw two different screenshots. One was from her phone and one was from Colin's phone. Both iPhones, mind you. Okay, we already established this. Yanetti got this on the record. iPhone to iPhone is obviously, if you guys know iMessages, it's blue and white. Okay, if it's not an iPhone to an iPhone, then you're going to have a green bubble with a white bubble back and forth. Okay. Now, I don't know about you guys, but whoo, my allergies are just acting up. Let's take a look at Hector. Okay. All right, Colin's. Gonna zoom in for you. First thing you need to look at is the date. Do you see how there is no comma after the 2022? Okay. This is Colin. So this is actually what what's her name's looking at. This is from Allie's phone. Okay, Colin. So that's from Allie's phone. And now this would be from Colin's phone. Do you see that right there? This is from Colin's phone because it says the name Allie. This is taken straight from the screen yesterday. And do you see that comma there? Now this is from Allie's phone because it says Colin up top. And do you see that there is no comma? Again, comma. Is that? No comma. Comma. No comma. Now, what else do I have here? We question if right here, right there, it switches over from being one day to the other day. And so, therefore, should there be a or not? Oh yeah, I haven't gotten to that at yet. Right there, at. Now, should there be right here, because it switches to the day from this day to this day, should there be like whatever would have been January 29th? I cannot wait for the experts to talk about this because that's what's going to happen. These were admitted into evidence, right? Right. And so once they're admitted into evidence, then experts get to talk about it. Okay. Depending on when you took the screenshot would depend on if it should say something like yesterday or things like that. So, but I can promise you, it doesn't matter. The one thing that I'm willing to bet my whole channel on, this is how I've caught people like trolling me and making up shit. I will bet my whole channel on the fact that right here, this no comma, and right here, this comma. Okay, you can't have it both ways. This is a product. This is a software. Okay, your software is the same. So it's like I'm seeing what you're seeing what I'm seeing. Okay, that's how it rolls. And so I cannot wait for the expert to get up here and talk about these screenshots, because these idiots went ahead and said, we're going forward with it. We're going to put in Lally. The sidebar was to say that. The sidebar was to say that this shit is, these screenshots are fake. They've done this. And here's Lally. Your job as a prosecutor is to make sure that everything is on the up and up. Okay, there is technically no sides if you're a prosecutor. It's the truth. It's justice, right? There's apps that you can use to literally fake screenshots. You can fake Snapchats, okay? You can fake anything. That's the digital world we live in. That's why it's imperative, if you don't have data behind, metadata behind what you're trying to get in, this should be inadmissible. This should be serious. Screenshots, you have to authenticate them. And so for this to get in, now mind you, the defense knew they existed, right? So they have to make some decisions. Do we want it to get in and show that they fabricated everything? Okay. Or do we fight to keep it out and suppress the evidence? Well, I'm in the boat of let's let them fucking hang themselves. All right. And so that tells me that this is all going to come up during the defense's case, and it's going to be 100% talked about by experts that the defense has. This shit is disgusting. And that bitch got up there, and I have no problem calling her a bitch. I don't care if she's fucking 20 years old. I don't care if she was 18, 17 when she did it. That doesn't make you not a bitch. Okay? That bitch got up there, just like her lion ass mama, got the fuck up on that stand. Okay? And I think it's worse when you got a 20-year-old and a 17-year-old lion. Okay? Because who they will be turning out to be down the road here is a monster. You want to talk about a monster? Okay? That girl's got one thing going well with those lips, and it ain't for talking. That's what I'll say. This is disgusting. Absolutely fucking disgusting. But someone's going to have to explain why there's a comma here, okay? And why there ain't a comma here. And I'm going to sit back and I'm going to fucking watch every single minute of it. This is disgusting. Because guess what? It doesn't take... We have laymen, the jurors. You show me this as a juror. You show me, oh my God, yeah, look at that. And then you show me this as a juror. Oh my God, yeah, why isn't that like that? Okay. And then you want me to truly believe that these two people, okay, after an incident like this, didn't talk again until February 20th, 2022. I'm going to tell you that I'm going to laugh. I'm going to laugh at that. So, but there's going to be an expert that's going to get up here and talk about the software that we use, and boom, boom, and boom, boom. So now the next thing I want to bring up, what's up, goose? Let the goose get you loose, baby. Now, again, I took this straight, and I have my metadata to prove it. I took this straight from the screen from my computer yesterday. So check this out. That's why I love the way that I've been doing this. This is straight from me watching like on the television. Okay. And you can even see more clearly that comma. I took it every which way, and that was live, like while we were watching. Okay. Boom. I mean, you cannot not see that, right? And then you cannot not see that there isn't one there, right? Perfect. Now check this out. We're going to talk about this again. And I want everybody to truly pay close attention. Okay. All right. Now, this was the next day, is my guess. I did a bunch of research last night because I wanted to know when this picture where this picture came from. All right. So obviously, this is the news, WB, whatever, Channel 4 crap over there. All right. So I wanted to know when this picture was taken. Who took this picture? Where did this come from, right? Now, do you guys see again all this snow and how this part of the area of the house has the snow like this versus over here? You see how, okay, like, so this guy pulls up his truck on the side of the road. All right. And do you see how nothing was plowed in some type of way? You guys, this to me looks like it was plowed this way. Not like somebody coming down your street this way. All right. Lana, I still don't get the picture of Colin at the welcome home party. Oh, they're trying to show, I'm going to go over that next, but they're trying to show that he didn't have any black eyes. His knuckles weren't busted up. Okay. It was to show that February 11th, just after this, that's when that picture was taken, which we don't even know if that picture was taken. Okay. Yes, plowed toward the house. Yes. Okay. Do you guys see this? This isn't Photoshop. This is straight from the news. Okay. This isn't Photoshop. This is straight from the news. All right. Now, look at this. Look at this. See how none of this is touched over here? Okay. What in the actual, this is what I was trying to show you guys was going on. Okay. This was like this. I am telling you, if you look at the red pictures that are from the neighbor's house, and I'm pointing out how the snow looks chunky. It looked like it had been like shoveled and thrown on top of like each other. Okay. This is pushed in a way. Now think about this. If you have a Jeep Wrangler, especially if you have a 2-door and you're using it as a plow, you can get into nooks and you could plow it that way versus if you have a, like a bigger truck, but if you have that little Jeep Wrangler that can get into spots. But what I noticed is that this is like the day, I want to say, whenever she was arrested, women arrested in connection with, but this is how it looked. Totally different than when you look just a little bit down. It's like, that's not how it is over there, right? So this isn't from somebody plowing your street and the town plow is like kicking snow off to the side. That's not what this is. And I'm telling you, this is how it is before the cops even arrive. Before the cops even arrive. It's something's up. Something's up with all of this over here because nothing over to the right is touched. They zoom in on everything that they take pictures of, their videos. Nothing shows somebody walking around and just like kind of like get a feel for it. So I wanted to show you guys that. This is somebody plowing horizontal instead of vertical. And if you go and you look at the neighbor's pictures, it's like that. It's weird. It's absolutely weird. Now, those of you guys who are just joining us, once again, Colin Albert, Safa says alley up top. That means so alley up top means you're looking at Colin Albert's because, he's writing it to alley. Right here, you have the extra, you have a comma. I'll just say that you have a comma. Okay. And right here on Colin's, you don't have a comma, but you have the word at. So now January 28th, comma, 2022, comma. Now go ahead and take a look at your guys' shit. All right. And then you have That's Allie's. And then you have Colin's that says January 28th, 2022 at 11:54. Okay. Also, we're going to talk about Allie McCabe's testimony yesterday. In her testimony yesterday, and they're going to recall this witness. Okay. But in her testimony yesterday, we're going to go back to what she was doing prior to picking up Colin Albert. She says that she was at a friend's house. She wasn't driving people around. She was at a friend's house hanging out when Colin texted her to say, hey, can you come get me? All right. She was at a friend's house. She wasn't driving people around. In this exchange, she says, okay, I am driving people home now. This completely contradicts her own testimony. Okay, I caught that immediately. So I don't understand if Unetti is not paying attention to the answers that are being given and he's going off what he thinks these people are going to be testifying to. That's why I take notes. I've learned this the hard way because I've had my share in court with pro se taking people that are that were fucking ridiculous humans. But the first thing that you learn is that the best cross-examination is you have to truly listen to what that person is going to be testifying to, have the really good notes, really good order, and listen to what they say. And then if you know your case inside and out, you'll be able to really do some damage. Now, what I heard Allie say, and then when I saw these text messages, I immediately says, wait a second. She wasn't driving people around when she said she went and got Colin Albert. She said that she had drove her friend Danielle and Avery home earlier. Okay. And then she went to a different friend's and was there hanging out when Colin Albert texted for a ride. Also in Colin's direct examination that we just heard yesterday, he says that Allie was the one that brought him to the party. Excuse me? Wait, what? Colin says Allie brought him to the party. Colin says Allie picked him up from the party. Allie never says anything like that. In fact, Allie says the complete fucking opposite. Allie says that she went to first of all, she had a hockey dinner at her house. And then she went to the girls' basketball game, which I'm really well aware of what times the girls' varsity and JV basketball games are at. And she tried to say 6:30, which is very interesting to me. Yeah, if you want to go watch the JV shitbags play, no offense to anybody that has a JV kid. That's just my way of varsity games aren't at 6:30. Unless there would have been some stipulation that, hey, we're going to push these games up because of the storm. But that's at 7:15, 7:30. All right. The JV game starts at 6 usually, and then the varsity follows, which is at 7:15 and 7:30. Everybody can't be lying. Busty D, I'm not saying everybody is lying. I'm showing you inconsistencies, baby girl, and you know I love you. You know I let your ass be in here because I love you. You so busty. So check this out. She says that she went to the basketball game after she had the dinner at her home. Then she says her and her friends were driving around that night, not really doing anything. Then they find a dog. Okay. Which I thought was interesting to say that, did you already have that story up because you had a dog in your car who wasn't really that dog that you found? Whatever. It should be some paperwork behind this dog, right? And she said that she talked to her dad about this dog. Whatever. Let's give it to her. They found a goddamn dog. Awesome. And then that happens. They go to the police station. They give the dog back. Great. Then she continues to testify. And at no time does she say, Colin Albert called me because he wanted to ride to Brian Jr.'s party. And in fact, Allie says the complete opposite. She was with her friends Danielle and Avery, and that she had dropped them off, then went to a different friend's, and it was while she was hanging out with that friend, okay, who she then got this phone call or text message for Colin to come pick up. Now, if you read these, check this out. That is not what's in these text messages. She says that, okay, I am driving people home now. All right. And I want to play this for you. 100%, our stories should not be the same. I agree. It's like when they are way too much in concert, that's when you know that something's up. Okay. So let's take a look at this. I agree. People that have the exact same story, like, no, that's not how it should be. So right here, Allie kind of screws the pooch.
The house, so he's being harassed for.
To what you were talking about as far as the relevancy of Colin Albert being in the house at that time, what, if any, harassment was there in relation to that and in relation to Colin?
Well,
No, go ahead. She can answer.
Colin wasn't at the house, so he's being harassed for. He was not at the house when John was there, so I drove him home. So the people are harassing him, saying he was at the house when it's not true.
Now, people are saying, oh my God, Lana, she just said that she's basically saying that John was at the house. Well, that could also be outside. Okay. But she seems to know a lot. We're going to get into her testimony versus Colin's. If this is only a half a day, I'm going to be breaking down. I'm going to play like her statements next to his and vice versa. Okay. Dragonfly says, I have a hearing coming up in Ontario, Canada. I have all the medical reports and evidence to prove patient abdomen doctor had a high problem. Woo. All right, let's see what else we got here. One last time. Take a look, guys. Here she goes. Here she blows. Okay. Comma, no comma. At. Okay. That's Colin's. Allie's. Comma, comma. No at. Okay. Let me tell you something. It depends on when you took these screenshots. Because I'm going to do some samples of my own. And then I'm going to show you some samples of Life motherfucking 360. And y'all are going to die. Because I'm the queen of Life 360. That's what I did in the Chris Watts case. Let me talk to you about. Had I known there was some Life 360 data, they need to send that shit my way. Let me get my hand all up in that shit. All right. And then we talked about it yesterday. I believe that right here, since it switched the days, normally what you're going to see there is you're going to see, because it switched days, and it's not there. So again, there's going to be an expert to testify to all of this. I think they are in hot water. Okay. And Wi-Fi, let me get this on the record. Wi-Fi, GPS is what runs Life 360. When she was trying to say, oh, if you have the looks at Wi-Fi, it would be more whatever. She said, no. Life, there's Wi-Fi that tracks you. Okay. There's GPS. GPS is the daddy of all daddies. That is the turn-by-turn navigation. Okay. Your Life 360 is GPS. If you are using your location, okay, which obviously that's how you're running your GPS with your Life 360. So the Wi-Fi has nothing to do with that. Absolutely nothing to do with that. And hopefully they have a Life 360 person, because they're going to squash that into oblivion. Okay, that is not how that shit is. Okay, it is GPS is what makes your Life 360. Okay, and which is down to like 3 meters. 3 meters is 9 to 10 feet. All right, so everybody can just suck it all the way sideways. I spent so much time with people with Life 360, number one, and it is fucking accurate. All right, it is accurate. There's no way in hell that hoe was getting home at 1:30 with her Life 360. All right, and you're gonna try to sit here and say that it's off an hour. Yeah, fucking right. It's not possible. You want me to give you even like a minute or two? That's even stretching it. So, but let's get into it. Colin Albert taking the stand. This has been the cross that everybody's been waiting for, right? Everybody's been waiting for Alan Jackson to talk to Colin. I'm a data person. Give me the data. Let me show you what's up. What else did I want to show you before we started? Okay, the relevancy of this picture is to show that on just like what 12 days later, they're trying to show that he doesn't have busted up knuckles. But what we're doing right now is the date of this. The date of this is going to be coming into question. Remember, the defense is still going to be putting on their case afterwards. Okay. And so just remember that. But this whole that the defense opened up the door, that was discretionary, and I think that's a huge an appeal area for Karen Reed. There was no fucking door opened to talk about the harassment of somebody else and to prejudice the jury against Karen Reed for something that Karen Reed did not do. You are insane. Bev has lost her fucking mind. And speaking of Bev, we do have Bev Bingo that will be starting as well, remember? So don't worry, guys. It's in my ear to see if when the trial starts. It's not starting. Anything else I wanted to say about what else? If you guys are just joining us, welcome in. I go back one more time to I want to know when this picture was taken by the news. Okay. Woman arrested in connection. Look at this plow job versus nothing over here. This was not from the plow trucks of Canton. All right. This is pushed all the way up onto their lawn. I remember the red pictures I was showing from the neighbors because the red, I call them the red pictures because of the sirens and stuff. This is insanity. I'm going to get to the bottom of these pictures. I'm going to get to the bottom of how snow could look like this. Because what it looks like to me is it looks like a little Jeep Wrangler with a plow was pushing shit horizontal versus a plow coming down vertical as they would on a street. All right. Get in that ASI neighborhood. I love it. Did you call Channel 10? No, I did not call Channel 10. I was doing other things, but I'm still trying to get my my FOIA request on all the sirens. I want to know these calls. Yeah, Caitlin took Chloe or McCabe took Chloe. All right. You guys. When Jen McCabe's daughter said that she pulled in behind her, like she came in and she parked if she was able to get into the driveway, everybody and their mother was in the driveway at that time then. Because she picked him up at 12:10. That's when everybody was arriving. That's when, so Allie's car was just chilling right there when the Alberts were coming home. Higgins was coming home. Like, no, no, and no. And then if you go look at the text message that Jen sends O'Keefe, I don't believe it was for O'Keefe. At 12:40, she says, pull in behind me. Pull in behind me. The only person that has talked about going in that driveway was Allie McCabe, besides the people that came home that lived there. Karen Reed supposedly didn't go in that driveway. Nagel's car didn't go in that driveway. But at 12:40, the text message to from Jen McCabe to John O'Keefe was, pull in behind me, pull up behind me. Okay. And I believe now, after the testimony that Sugar Tits just gave and the timestamps of things, I believe that was supposed to go to daughter. That was supposed to go to her daughter. That's the 12:40 text that her daughter I think she meant to text her daughter. And Lally was trying to get out of Colin that, well, between these text messages, like you were talking to her like in between all that, weren't you? And he says no. And he's like, well, a couple different times, like, I don't understand the question. Like, Colin knew he wanted him to say something, but Colin wasn't getting it. Okay. Because those make no sense, those text messages in that kind of like that order. And Colin couldn't get it. Where is Higgins's vehicle? Nobody knows where Higgins's vehicle is. Right? Where is Higgins' vehicle? Woo-wee. Things are going to get a little toasty in this mofo. I'm ready for it, guys. You guys got your water on? What do you guys got? What do we got? You got your water, you got your drinks. Colin Albert. Colin Albert. Colin Albert, come on down, Colin. Come on down, Colin. Let's take a look at one other thing. Here she comes, the recorder. See? Let's do this. Stop. I want to show. I'll be able to hear it when it comes back, y'all. All right. So this is what I'm talking about here. At this 12:10 time, that's when everybody was returning back. Well, at least the main family. All right. So you would have had Higgins, then Brian, Caitlin, Nicole. Colin's in the house. He's coming out. The only thing that's interesting and wrong is that Nicole and Brian go in through different doors, remember? Then you have Allie McCabe that's saying she's getting there at 12:10. All right. So you just have one big giant clusterfuck at 12:10. The thing that happens at 12:40 though is Jen texts John and says, pull up behind me. Obviously that was deleted, pull up behind me. Jen McCabe calls John, goes unanswered. Jen McCabe is walking around with her phone at 34 Fairview. And now let's go look up here at the Jen's phone. So John's phone is registered walking at 12:21. John went down and there was three flights registered between 12:22 and 12:24. Jen texted John, here, ? At the same time that he starts, walking. Julie's brother arrives to pick her up. She tries to talk her brother into staying. John's phone doesn't move for 5 to 6 straight minutes. Answers Jen's call and has already traveled his 3 flights. Jen doesn't move for 10 straight minutes, during which she calls John at 12:29. That's where it's going to be problematic. This is why Julie Nagel testified to saying that Jen McKay put her phone on the charger. It's because she's not moving for 10 minutes. But neither is her watch. Okay? So that would tell me that she is sitting down. In her phone's there, but she calls John, but she said that was a butt dial. Well, how do you butt dial if your phone's on the charger plugged into the wall, like Julie said? Sorry if this is not big enough. So this is right here. That's why Julie Nagel was talking about that. There we go. Court's in session.
All right, counsel wanted to see me at sidebar?
We don't need to be seen at sidebar, Your Honor, but I do need to be seen about an issue from yesterday.
Like to be heard?
Well, yes, I would.
Okay, I'll hear you. What is it about?
Your Honor, we are not only renewing our objection to the alleged harassment evidence that came in yesterday, but we're specifically moving to strike that testimony and specifically asking the court, before we get started today, to instruct the jury that they are to disregard that evidence. And I wanted to point out to the court that it is our view, we didn't even come close to opening the door to that evidence. I had just asked the witness if she had turned over those text messages to the state police when she spoke to them on August 25th of 2023. I've asked every witness when was the first time that they spoke to the state police. That was the first time Ali McCabe spoke to the state police.
Yep.
None of that conversation had anything to do with harassment whatsoever. It was strictly related to the death of John O'Keefe and the investigation of John O'Keefe. I stayed completely clear of any discussion of harassment whatsoever. I only focused on the federal grand jury and the approach by the state police on August 25. I opened no door. I didn't even approach the door. And yet that evidence came in. It led to a moment where, that Mr. Lally, I believe, has been waiting for, which is for a witness to break down on the stand and feel sorry for themselves to gain sympathy before this jury. It was prejudicial to our client. It was prejudicial to our defense. It is error, and we're asking the court to correct it.
All right, what do you say, Commonwealth?
Your Honor, counsel absolutely opened the door as far as
shut the
questioning was
fuck up.
concerned. It was not just the characterization of the questioning is just simply inaccurate. As far as the questions that were posed to the witness, it was more geared towards why, implying that the witness only provided this after testifying at the other proceeding or being questioned about it in that environment. And that's the only reason that she had these messages. And why hadn't she turned these messages over earlier? And that is in direct response to the harassment that that witness and her entire family, as well as Mr. Albert, had sustained as a result of actions by several different parties, including counsel. So for those reasons, it was proper. There was nothing, I don't think it was more than 5 minutes of testimony concerning it. And it was because counsel opened the door to it.
Nobody opened any door.
Thank you. All right, so Ms. Giannetti, I remember clearly the lines of inquiry that you initiated. So I disagree with you in the strongest way possible. You've made your record. Your motion's denied. Okay, so let's bring in the jurors.
Bev,
please.
you're going to be over fucking turned if this doesn't go the right way. I just know that for a fact. Your discretion is for shit, Bev. Go fucking use a leaf blower on your hair, motherfucker. That is bullshit. Letting fabricating witnesses fucking cry up there. Go cry to your mommy and your fucking daddy like you did on fucking January 29th, you sour pussies. totally grounds for an appeal automatic. It's ridiculous. Make this motherfucker cry too, Alan. Let's go. Woo! Get him started, baby. Let's go. Alan's like, okay, what do you want me to do? I'm going to hammer him. You guys, this is going to come down to, this is strategy here. Go at this motherfucker. Get him to show his anger. Get him to show how he's got a quick trigger. Cindy, thank you. Mic control, prosecution. Do you even know what that means? Lally in his first attempt. Every plea deal, Lally's done nothing but plea deals. Plea and Lally. Ah, Lally. Oh, John O'Keefe's dad. Get the camera off of him. Don't do that to him. You have no respect. You cameraman have no respect. Woman, whoever the hell is doing that. That's ridiculous. I hate that.
Court, all rise to the jury.
Let's get fired up. Come on. Let's get fired up, TNT. Let's help bring the pain. Ridiculous. This is a regular bingo we're playing.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All parties having anything to do before the Honorable First Justice Beverly Pannoni, now sitting in the Dedham Superior Court, in for the County of Norfolk, draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth and this good court. Thank you. You may be seated.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
All right. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. So I have to ask you those same three questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left the other day? Yes, no. Thank you very much. Everyone said no or shook their heads. All right, may we have Mr. Albert, please?
Let's go. Colin Albert, witness number 37.
Step on me. Remain standing, face the clock.
Ooh, he
Raise your right hand. You
put her
solemnly
best.
swear to court and jury in the case now and here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So
I did.
Same zip up.
All right, whenever you're
no.
ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Robert.
Oh,
Mr. Albert, who did you talk to in order to prepare for your testimony starting yesterday?
Can you rephrase that question, please?
Phrase the question. You didn't understand my question?
No.
Who did you speak to in order to prepare for your testimony yesterday?
My lawyer.
Other than your lawyer, who did you speak to prepare for your testimony yesterday?
No one.
Did you speak to your parents?
No.
Did you speak to your mom, your dad?
Nope.
At any time before yesterday about your testimony or your statements?
Nope.
Did you discuss with your parents their testimony?
No.
So after they got off the witness stand, your dad didn't come home and say, here's how my day went?
No.
Mom didn't come home and say, here's how my day went.
Nope.
The Albert family just ignored the fact that both of them testified in a court of law before a jury about the events of January 29th, 2022. Nothing was ever said.
No.
Did you talk to Mr. Lally at any point before yesterday in preparation for your testimony?
Before yesterday, you said?
Correct.
Yes.
Tell me when.
Want to say a month ago about.
What did you talk about?
I got prepped for this.
Tell me what that means. What does it mean to prep for this?
What I'm going to be getting asked.
Okay. Remember my first question, very first question this morning? I said, have you spoken to anybody in order to prepare for your testimony? And you said no.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's not true. Spoke to Mr. Lally.
Okay. Yes.
It's not okay. It's yes or no.
Yes.
Okay.
Lie number one.
You said that was about a month ago, correct?
Correct. Around a month ago.
Tell me what, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
Around a month ago.
Tell me what you and Mr. Lally discussed.
The questions I would be asked here.
Can you be more detailed?
I don't remember everything he said.
Did you go over the questions that he believed he would ask?
I believe so.
Did you give him answers to those questions that you believed you would give in response to his questions?
Yes.
What questions did he tell you he was going to ask?
I don't remember.
Perfect.
What answers did you tell him you were going to give?
I don't remember.
That was just a month ago, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Obviously, you've been thinking about this case quite a bit, haven't you?
Yeah.
Over the last 2.5 years.
Yeah, you a lying sack
No.
of shit.
How long have you been thinking about
How long
this
have you had
case?
your attorney?
Since people started writing about me on the internet.
How about since you were at a house where an individual ended up dead on the lawn the next morning? Did that prompt you to start thinking about this case?
No.
Not so much, huh?
Nope.
Yeah, because you didn't care. How did you not care?
Did you speak with, when Mr. Lally spoke with you, who else was there?
My parent.
The witness advocate, I believe, and
Steve Nelson?
yes.
Steve.
Who else?
And
Witness advocate.
is it Sergeant Tully, I believe?
Tully, T-U-L-L-Y?
I believe so,
Ooh,
yes.
Tully.
Anybody else?
Not that I remember.
Sergeant Tully taking notes while you were having this conversation with Mr. Lally?
I do not remember.
Mr. Lally taking notes?
I do not remember.
You remember being told by either Sergeant Tully or Mr. Lally that your conversation was being recorded?
I do not remember.
How long was that meeting?
Say 15 minutes, 20 minutes.
15 minutes? My ass.
Were you given any instructions by either Sergeant Tully or Mr. Lally about your preparation for your testimony?
Can you rephrase that, please?
Sure. Did they give you any instructions about your the preparation for your testimony? How they wanted you to answer questions? The tone and tenor of your testimony?
No.
How they wanted you to dress, for instance?
No.
Your hair. Grow out your hair.
Other than that time a month ago, have you spoken with Mr. Lally or anybody from the DA's office since then, before yesterday?
No.
You watched any coverage of this case online?
Nope.
No social media?
No, I don't have social media.
No news, coverage?
Nope.
Nightly news, Channel 25, Channel 5?
No.
National news?
Nope.
Blogs?
Nope.
So literally, according to you, you know zero about the media coverage concerning this case, Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Correct.
Oh boy.
Did you talk to Allie before her testimony?
Oh,
No.
Oh boy.
When was the last time you did talk to Allie before she testified?
How did you know she testified?
I don't remember.
Give me an idea. She's one of your best friends. A week ago, a day ago, a month ago.
I do not remember.
Could have been a year ago.
I do not remember.
Could have been 5 years ago.
No.
Okay. So it's more recently than 5 years ago that you spoke with Allie.
I don't remember.
How do the O'Keefes, or how are they okay with this?
So you have no independent recollection as you sit here.
This is amazing.
The last time you talked to one of your best friends and your cousin
Allie's crying just got
about
nowhere.
any subject.
No, I don't remember.
I don't remember.
Were you ever told in preparation for your testimony, if you start to get stumped or nervous, just say, I don't remember?
Nope.
Nobody ever told you that?
Nope.
Mm-mm. No.
Say no.
No. Sorry.
It's okay. So nobody ever informed you that you might get nervous on the witness stand, there might be tough questions. Easiest way to get out of that is just say, yeah, I don't recall.
No.
So you just don't recall because your memory is that bad. You literally don't recall the last time you spoke with Cal.
Objection.
Ask that differently, Mr.
Sure.
Jackson.
Sure. Your testimony is you are not instructed to say, I don't remember. You just literally don't remember.
Correct.
It's an issue with your memory, not an instruction that you received.
Correct.
Right. But you do remember
Correct.
2.5 years ago, you left 34 Fairview at 12:10 a.m., correct? Down to the minute.
Correct.
Did Mr. Lally, during this meeting that y'all had, did Mr. Lally show you anything? Items of evidence, photographs, videos, anything like that?
No.
Did you two talk about any evidence that you might see? Photographs, documents, videos?
This is amazing.
Not that I remember.
He didn't show you the series of text messages between you and Miss McCabe, Allie?
I don't remember.
Okay, so you're not saying he didn't, you're just saying, again, you just don't remember.
Correct.
Okay. And this was just a month ago.
A month. Correct.
Could have been sooner than a month. Let me ask that a different way. Could have been more recently than a month.
Who wants to date this guy? He's
I
never
don't-
going to
I
remember
don't
your
know.
birthday.
Don't know that either.
Mm-mm.
Is that no?
Yeah, no.
So, Mr. Albert, you have to answer yes or no, not just.
All right, sorry.
Where were you when this meeting a month ago took place?
At the DA's office on Shawmut Road.
Who contacted you to come to the DA's office?
I do not remember that.
Don't remember that either.
No.
Phone call from Mr. Lally, maybe?
I don't believe that I received a phone call. Maybe my lawyer did or my father, but I don't know. I don't believe I did.
I thought you didn't talk to your father.
Received a phone call and then told you you need to go to the DA's office to see Mr. Lally. That would be a conversation with your dad about your preparation for your testimony, right?
I wouldn't say so, no.
You would categorize that as such?
No.
Okay. Because of course, even though you went to the DA's office to meet Mr. Lally and a sergeant from the Massachusetts State Police to talk about your testimony, you didn't mention that to your dad.
No.
Did you have a car
That's your
back
mom.
then? I wonder if you had a car.
No.
And when you got done with that meeting, Dad didn't ask you, how'd it go, son?
Nope.
Your mom didn't say, how was that meeting
No.
about this massive murder case?
Objection.
Let me ask you a different way. Do you consider this to be a high-profile murder case?
Objection.
What?
Stand on relevancy. Ask it differently.
What? He can ask that.
In your mind, this is an important case, correct? Obviously.
Correct.
But according to you, it just never comes up in the Albert household.
No.
You were asked to look at a couple of text messages yesterday.
Woo, texties.
It's a little bit like this. You seen that before?
Yes.
When did you see that before?
Yesterday.
Before yesterday? Had you ever seen that before?
On my phone, yeah.
Okay, other than on your phone when you made the screenshot, had you ever seen that before? Mr. Lally ever show it to you?
Not that I remember, no.
So you two didn't discuss that in your meeting a month or less ago?
We could have. I don't remember.
But again, you don't remember.
Mm-mm.
Is that no?
No.
Did Mr. Lally tell you why he wanted to question you about those text messages?
I don't remember.
Did Mr. Lally tell you anything about what you might be asked on cross-examination?
No,
He asked you about any videos that you've ever posted?
no,
He asked you about any comments you've ever made online?
nope,
Any photos you've ever been in?
no,
Any fights you've ever been in?
nope.
Who's Courtney Proctor?
She's friendly with my aunt, Jillian.
I'm sorry?
My aunt Jillian, she's friendly with.
When you say friendly with, describe that. What do you mean by friendly with?
I know that they're pretty friendly.
Have you ever been to Courtney Proctor's home?
Yes.
How many
pretty
times would you say over the years?
Are they like dating and he doesn't want to say that? Like,
4 or
what's going on
5,
here?
maybe.
Her family is close to your family, it's fair to say.
Not that close. Close though.
Not that
When you say
close.
not that close, but close though, what does that mean?
I'd say we're more close when I was younger, not when I got older.
Okay. How old are you now? You're 20?
Correct.
May I approach?
Okay. Oh God, here we go.
I have a photo I'd like to show Mr. Lally first.
Exhibit
May I?
time.
Yes. Thank you. Take a look at that photo and tell me if you recognize it. Just look at it to yourself, please. Let me know if you, after you studied it for a second.
Yep.
You recognize the photo?
Yes.
Who's in that photo?
Objection.
So
He recognizes it. He's
the
not.
objection sustained as to the content of the photos?
Excuse me?
Sidebar and explain this to me.
What? You know exactly what this is about. You know exactly what this is about. This is about to show, Your Honor, how many sidebars do we need to have to show the connections between these witnesses that are pussies and the people that investigated the crime of murder? I mean, how many times do you have to be reminded, Bev, of the same fucking thing? You're wasting my time. You're wasting the O'Keefe's time. Anyways, welcome to the transparency. Is Bev married? I think if she was, somebody needs to start keeping up the end of the bargain over there, because I'm sick and tired of getting Bev. I'm sick and tired of getting Bev'd over here. All right. Where's Colin Albert's attorney? They usually sit the attorneys right behind in this section here. Right there. I wish Karen was allowed a sidebar. You guys, we have just begun, and this is already just like to the jury. This is, he can't remember anything from a month ago, right? He can't remember the last time he talked to his best friend Allie. Allie, who just got up there and said, you know, we should have asked her those questions. When's the last time you talked to Colin? You know, I'm sorry, but I just truly believe that the same person that was going to question Allie questioned Colin and vice versa. So that's the only marking right now that I will note, that I believe that Allie McCabe should have been handled by Alan Jackson, or that Yannetti handles both of these two, because their stuff goes hand in hand. That's why you'd want to be doing that. And so I think that up until this day, the only thing that I have an issue with was that Allie McCabe was not handled by Alan Jackson because he was doing Colin, or even that Little should have taken Allie McCabe. Again, just my 2 cents, strategic wise. And like Little's a product of Alan, like that's who she's learned from. And but I heard your line of questioning Yannetti yesterday, and you definitely opened the door. Well, then third party culprit, has that not been opened yet? Has that not been open yet? With all of these inconsistencies of what truly went on in that house? You got people talking about peanut butter jelly time. And then now all of a sudden we have a blob. That ooey gooey. That ooey gooey. Grape goozing all over your peanut butter double crunch time. Mmm. Alan Jackson's not going to let this down. He's going to say, maybe if Bev was given a little hint that Karen Reed's not paying hourly, that they wouldn't continue to fuck with this, you know?
Yes.
Okay, we got to give it to him.
Thank you.
There she goes.
Mr. Albert, approximately when was that photograph taken?
Objection.
So we can get that, but.
What do you mean? We
Answer
can
that question.
10 years or less ago, I'd say. I don't.
You were the ring bearer in Courtney Proctor's wedding, were you not?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Correct.
So when you say we're friendly, but not that, or we're close rather, but not that close, you were actually close enough to be a member of her wedding party when she was married to her now husband, correct?
When I was younger, correct.
Well, of course it was when you were younger, it was 10 years ago.
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yeah.
That's my question. So for at least a decade, your family and the Proctor family has been close enough such that you and Albert were in her wedding, correct?
Objection.
Ask that differently, Mr. Jackson.
For the last, well, at least at that time, 10 years ago, your family was close enough to the Proctor family such that you were a ring bearer in Courtney Proctor's wedding, right?
Correct.
And who's Courtney Proctor's brother?
Michael Proctor.
And is Michael Proctor in the photograph that you're looking at?
Yes.
Person on the far left,
Correct.
looks like he's in a tuxedo.
Correct.
You were also in a tuxedo.
Objection.
Sustained.
What I'm getting at is you all were part of the same wedding party, correct?
Correct.
And that's a photograph of Courtney Proctor's wedding and the entire wedding party, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is that a photograph of a wedding party?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Alan. Good job. He's like, I'm not just going to let this slide today. Bev is going to learn. Your Honor, this is cross-examination. This isn't direct. This is cross-examination of this witness. Okay. Who just testified, all right, to a whole hell of a lot of shit. And he just said he doesn't remember shit. Okay. This goes to show the connection and if you want to say why anybody would have a reason to be biased or prejudiced or just flat out to have a motive, to have a reason to help this man and his family and the other people, it's because of the closeness of the relationship. And if the jury does not see that, because you're not letting the evidence speak for itself on that, that is our defense. Our defense is that Karen Reed was framed. And the only way you get to a frame job, why would the police want to frame Karen Reed? Why would anybody want to frame somebody? It's called motive. Why? I have a motive to help you. My motive to help you is because we're really close family friends. I was doing them a favor in order to keep it off of the real perps. We went ahead and mustered up some evidence against this woman to bolster a case against her. Colin Albert was in the wedding of Courtney Proctor, who is Michael Proctor's sister. Okay. Michael Proctor was in the wedding. So this is showing that we're not just talking about, oh, I became friends with them last week. I became friends with them a year ago. We are talking about a long history of like think about your family friends that you consider family. Okay. That's what this is. And this is just flat out disgusting. Because this shouldn't matter. None of this should matter to the prosecutor because it doesn't, right? If you objecting to it I believe makes it look even.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Albert, I want you to look at that one more time. Both you and Michael Proctor are depicted in the photograph, correct?
Correct.
How long have you known Michael Proctor?
Since I was a little kid.
And you've known him well enough to know, I don't want you to tell me or tell the jurors, but you know where he lives.
Yeah.
You consider the Proctor family close to your family?
Yeah.
During the course of, for instance, just as an example, during the course of this event, joyous event at a wedding, you actually sat at the head table along with the Proctor family because you were given the honor of being the ring bearer in Courtney's wedding, correct?
Correct.
And you know, of course, that being in a wedding party is reserved for most special family members and friends, correct?
Objection.
Sustain.
In your mind, was that a special honor?
Objection.
Is that what you thought when you were little? When you were in that?
I'd say so, yeah.
Okay.
And you were never interviewed by Canton Police Department in connection with this case, correct?
No.
How many times were you interviewed by the Massachusetts State Police in connection with this case?
Once.
And that was in July of 2023, correct?
I don't remember exactly when it was.
About a year and a half after the events in question. Is that right?
Around there.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection if you saw a copy of a report of that interview? Just to get the date?
Sure, yeah.
May I approach you?
Yes.
All right, so Colin Albert, the first time he was ever interviewed by the Massachusetts State Police,
I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
July of 2023. Woo-wee.
Take a look at paragraph 1. It's in the middle of the paragraph. If you'll just read that to yourself, please. Got that?
Yeah.
You saw the July 18 date,
Yes.
2023?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that that was the first time you were interviewed by the Massachusetts State Police?
Correct.
May I approach now?
Yes.
Thank you. Who conducted that interview?
Michael Proctor and one of his partners, I believe. I don't remember.
Michael Proctor was the lead investigator in the interview, correct?
Correct.
That's the same Michael Proctor that appears on the far left of the photo of that wedding party, correct?
Correct.
Did you find that interview, by the way, how long did the interview last? Michael Proctor.
I do not remember.
Do you remember testifying at one point that it was about 10 minutes?
No.
You testified at a different hearing, a different proceeding, not this proceeding, one other time, correct?
Correct.
I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Oh boy, here we go. So he was he
Yes.
testified at the federal grand
I need
jury.
a foundational question first. I apologize. It's my fault, Mr. Albert. Do you believe it would refresh your recollection as to the length of that first interview if you were to see your testimony from a prior proceeding?
Yeah.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Thank you.
Do you understand if he would have said no there, you have to try to get in a different way?
Take a look at this, and I'm going to direct your attention to line 18 and 19 of that transcript. Let me know when you've reviewed it. Is that yes?
Yeah.
May I?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
How long was that interview?
Which interview are you?
The interview that you had with Michael Proctor.
Is this
That's what
kid
that question
fucking?
is about, you just read.
I still don't remember.
You recall that it says that you testified. Question. How long did
Objection.
the interview last
What
for?
the fuck?
Objection sustained where his memory is not refreshed. You can do this differently, you know that.
Did this refresh your recollection as to the question and answer, how you answered the question, how long that interview lasted?
Yes.
Okay. Did you say 10 minutes?
Yes.
So during the course of
What?
that 10-minute conversation that you had with Michael Proctor, what was the tone of that interview?
This
You
kid is
understand what
just-
I mean by tone?
I do not understand.
Okay. Was
Did
it
you pass
hostile and accusatory?
your grades?
Not that I remember, no.
Was it antagonistic or confrontational?
Can you use different words, please?
Sure. Was he being mean?
No.
Okay. He was
Was
being
he
nice,
mean?
right?
Professional, I'd say.
Yeah, because you've known him almost your whole life, right?
Yes.
He was friendly, cordial,
Correct.
and the interview was comfortable.
Say it again.
The interview was comfortable.
Correct.
You didn't feel like you were on the hot seat.
No.
This is awesome. This is
Did
so
you find
awesome.
that the interview with Michael Proctor was consistent with the relationship that you've had with him your whole life? Meaning, he's always been friendly to you. He was just as friendly in that conversation.
Not really, no.
How is he different?
I'd say more professional.
Okay. Obviously, he was doing a job, correct?
Correct.
But when you walked in, you recognized him.
Yes.
He recognized you.
Yes.
Made natural greetings with one another, correct?
Correct.
Questioned you about a few things.
Correct.
He didn't look at your phone. He didn't ask to take your phone away from you.
No.
He didn't ask to seize your phone or seize any other physical items from you.
No.
You weren't asked to come down to the police station and sit in an interview room or an interrogation room, were you?
No.
Matter of fact, where did the conversation take place, those 10 minutes?
In the DA's office on Shawmut Road.
DA's office on Shawmut Road. Who else was there other than Trooper Proctor and his partner at the time, Trooper Clark?
Can you
Who
repeat?
else was there? Was it just Trooper Proctor, Michael Proctor, and Clark?
Yes.
Okay, so it was just the three.
Yes.
And Trooper Proctor was the one that was sort of leading the conversation.
Yes.
And then when it was done, he said, "You're free to go."
Correct.
And he didn't take your phone.
Nope.
He didn't ask you to look at any text messages.
Nope.
He didn't look through your phone.
Nope.
He didn't take any screenshots or videos of your phone or the contents of your phone.
Nope.
Just let you walk out the door.
Correct.
Your Honor, may I publish the photo?
Why don't you come over here for just 1 second?
May I have that, please?
Why don't you come over here for a minute, Bev? Why don't you come over here for a minute, Bev? Come on over, baby. Why don't you come on over here? The only reason that that this man was talked to in July 18th to be exact, 2023, is because he testified at a federal grand jury. So, do we think that maybe it was more like, hey, what did they ask you at the federal grand jury? That's what I would think, because Michael Proctor be investigating. He's being investigated. Hey, buddy, would they ask you? We got to make this seem like we're talking about the Karen Reed case. We know that broad did it, and I have all of her nudes. But you want to see some of them?
I'm about to get on news.
You want to see some of Karen Reed's nudes? All right, 10 minutes. Yep. Yep. Yeah. So when did we going to get into the fact of when did you turn over your screenshots? Let's get into that. Because if you didn't give your screenshots to Chipper Procta, when did Lally get your screenshots? Okay, Lally, when did he get the screenshots from Colin? Okay, because we need to find out who did that. You know what I'm saying? And that question better be coming. How did you testified on direct examination to some screenshots? Did you give those to Lally? When did you give those to Lally?
Don't remember.
You know? He didn't give him anything. He didn't give anything to Procta. Interesting. That better be coming here real soon. Because other people can't give you that's not how that works. Like Allie McCabe could go to Procta and be like, here's Colin's screenshots and here are my screenshots. Like, that's not how that works. So how did Lally get Colin's screenshot from his phone? I mean, how many sidebars have we had? 4? Okay, I want to know about his car. I don't know if he has a car. I want to know if his car was at Canton High School. All right. If you could get him to say he has a car. All right. Where'd you park your car? Oopsies. Life 360 got that ass in trouble. This is ridiculous. Over under on sidebars today is 9. Huh. Vegas is holding a Karen Reed section. It's also objections is over and under 49.5. Are some people faking? Oh, there's 100%. There's yeah. Yeah, they could probably come in. But I don't know if it will.
May I inquire you?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Albert, I want to shift gears for a quick second. On July 27th, you and your attorney appeared at a hearing in a separate proceeding, correct?
I don't.
Let me ask it a different way. You testified at a different proceeding, not this trial, but a different proceeding.
Correct.
Okay, you were put under oath, you appeared with your lawyer, you gave testimony, and that's part of what you looked at a second.
Correct.
But when you met with Michael Proctor,
Ooh, it was earlier.
you did not feel the need to take an attorney with you. It was just you, Michael Proctor, and Investigator Clark, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained.
You were asked yesterday about certain texts with your cousin, Allie, correct?
Correct.
Allie is obviously family,
Yes.
but she's more than family. She's also a good friend of yours.
Correct.
As a matter of fact, she's one of your best friends.
Correct.
And at your age, this is not meant to be pejorative, but we're different generations. At your age, your most convenient way of communicating is through text messages, correct?
Here we go.
Correct.
I mean, if you're gonna grab a buddy, say, let's meet at the such and such ball field or whatever, you're gonna text them, probably not call
Either or.
them. Okay, but texting is pretty common between you and your friends.
Yes.
Texting is certainly common between you and Alan. We've already seen evidence of that, right?
Yes.
And that's generally how you like to communicate with Allie.
I'd say so, yeah.
In fact, when you reached out to her for a ride, there were like 8 text messages back and forth just for a pickup, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, just move your arm.
Sure.
Yeah, Daddy. This is what I've been talking about. This is gonna be tits. Come on, be so strategic here. Come on, you got this, Alan.
May I approach your arm?
Yes.
This is a copy of 81.
Okay, so this is 81, Exhibit 81.
I just want you to have that in front of you. Your Honor, with the court's permission, can you place Exhibit 81 on the screen?
Okay.
Your Honor, may I approach? I need to use the Elmar instead of.
Okay. Is there an objection to that?
No, Your Honor.
May I have that back?
I thought you meant approach over here.
He's using Hector. Bring in Hector.
Do you want the Commonwealth to pull it? Mr. Jackson, do you want the Commonwealth to pull it up for you?
I'd be happy to, Your Honor. It's fine.
Yeah.
I'd be happy to.
Thank you, Ms.
See,
Gilman.
Hector the projector is amazing. I gotta get with Alan and let him know that he needs to get with what I got.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Yes, I'm going, Gata.
You see what's displayed on the screen?
Okay, yes.
Yes.
It's only part of the text string, but does that look like it's an accurate representation of what you're looking at?
Yes.
And this is a series of texts on or about January 28th and 29th of 2022, is that right?
Yes.
And Mr. Allie, you needed something as simple as a ride. You were just asking Allie to give you a ride, is that right?
Yes.
And that's because you said that it's common for you guys to text back and forth. You just texted her, hey, you can get me now, is that right?
Yes.
And then you texted if it's easier, and then she said, okay, I'm dropping people off, and there was an exchange back and forth, is that right?
Yeah.
And there were at least 8 texts between the two of you, if you just count them up real quick, just about getting picked up.
Yeah.
But if you scroll down a little bit, after the end of that text string that ends at 12:10 a.m. and it says okay, you see the next date?
Yes.
What date is that?
February 20th.
That's nearly a month later, correct?
Correct.
So there was a gap after January 29th, 2022, when you found out that a man had ended up dead on your uncle's lawn, and you and Allie did not text each other for a month, not once.
Objection.
Sustained is to that form. Ask it differently.
Isn't it true that on January 29th, later in the day, you found out about John O'Keefe and his condition, the fact that he died?
Objection.
Is that true? Did you find out that day?
Yes.
Okay.
So you were well aware of, thank you. We can take that down. You were well aware, Mr. Albert, that something very tragic had happened at your uncle's house, Brian Albert's house, right?
Correct.
And you were aware that you had been at your uncle's house that night, right?
Correct.
You're also aware that, according to you, Allie McCabe was the one that picked you up and took you from that location.
Correct.
And notwithstanding the fact of this tragedy, you and Allie didn't text each other one time for a month. Is that right?
I don't think that's correct.
So where are those texts?
We text on other platforms too. So I'd say other apps.
So then you do have social
So is
media.
there a reason why you decided for the next month to just switch platforms to maybe Snapchat?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No reason.
Are you sure that you switched platforms?
I'd say so, yeah.
Why did you switch platforms?
We go back and forth, I'd say, between platforms texting.
You switched platforms because you know that Snapchat deletes all communications, correct?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Do you know that Snapchat has an auto delete function on it?
If your app is set to that, yes.
Your app was set to that, wasn't it?
I do not remember that.
So again, your memory is failing you.
Can you rephrase that?
Sure. Once again, your memory is failing you. You
Objection.
don't remember.
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Isn't it true, Mr. Albert, that you either switched platforms or deleted the texts because you did not want your text communications with Alan McCabe to be discovered?
Objection.
Overruled.
Is that right?
That's not true.
So where are those communications?
I do not know.
Can't produce them right now, can you?
I'm not sure.
So in the days, the hours, and days and weeks following the death of John O'Keefe, your communications with your best friend, Alan, the person who gave you a ride home that night, they're just gone. Right?
I'm not sure.
You testified that you provided Exhibit 81, what we were just looking at, and you're still looking at in front of you, as a screenshot of your communications on January 29th, 2022 with Ally McCabe, correct? It was a screenshot.
You say that again? Sorry.
You provided that item as a screenshot, not as an actual text to law enforcement. Is that right?
I don't believe so.
Okay, do you know what a screenshot is?
Yes.
What's a screenshot?
When you take a picture on your phone.
That's a picture from your phone.
Yes.
Okay, so it is a screenshot.
Yes, it is a screenshot.
Okay, that's my question.
When did you take the screenshot?
When you met with Michael Proctor in that interview that lasted 10 minutes,
Here comes.
Michael Proctor did not get the actual texts underlying that screenshot, did he?
No.
He never looked for those actual texts, did he?
No.
He never asked you for those actual texts, did he?
No.
And you never volunteered to give him those actual texts, did you?
I think I volunteered to, yeah.
On that day?
Oh, no, not on that day, no.
Not on that day. You know what a phone extraction is?
Not familiar.
Okay. Have you ever heard of a phone imaging or a phone extraction or a forensic extraction? Any of those words sound familiar?
Not really, no.
Michael Proctor never asked you, I think it's fair to say now, given that answer, Michael Proctor never asked you if you could do a phone extraction of your cell phone, did he?
No.
He never asked if he could take a forensic image of your phone, did he?
No.
Do you know what metadata is?
Nope.
You know the dates and times. You take a photo on your phone. Sometimes, well, not sometimes, all the time. It'll capture the date and time of the photo. You know that?
Objection.
I'll hear this answer and it may end your inquiry. Do you know that?
Pretty sure I do, yeah.
Have you ever heard of that data, the dates and times and geolocations? Have you ever heard of that referred to as metadata?
No.
Okay, so I'll just use the word date and time.
Okay.
You know that on your phone, if you pull up a text, you can go behind the text and see the date and time that it was actually sent or received, right?
Yeah.
But on a screenshot, you're left with just what's on the screen. Can't go behind the screenshot, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You provided just the screenshot, ultimately, not the actual text, correct?
Correct.
But in September of 2023, Michael Proctor's partner, a man by the name of Yuri Buknik, you know that name?
Yeah.
He contacted you and said he wanted to talk about your text messages, correct?
I don't remember.
Do you remember that you told Yuri Buknik when he asked about the text messages, you did not have the screenshot anymore. You sent it to your father, Chris.
I don't remember that.
Do you recall telling Yuri Buknik If he wanted to get the screenshot, you weren't going to give it to him. He'd have to get it from your dad.
Do not remember that.
You remember Trooper Buchnick agreeing with you and saying, sure, I'll just call your dad and get it from him.
Daddy,
You don't remember
daddy.
you certainly don't remember ever giving Trooper Buchnick a copy of that screenshot.
No, I don't remember.
Because you didn't, did you?
I do not remember.
But you did give it to your dad, right?
I do not remember.
Do you remember anything about this case?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll withdraw it. To this day, you have never been required to present your phone to any law enforcement agent.
Nope.
It was never imaged. It was never downloaded.
Nope.
You still have the same phone?
Yes.
If you had the actual texts on your phone, why did you provide law enforcement with just a screenshot?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I'm not sure.
Let's get it on his phone. Hand it over.
You were shown a photo yesterday of you in February of 2022 with your aunt. Remember that photo? Mr. Lally showed you that photo,
Correct.
and he said he wanted you to pay special attention to your face and hands and extremities. Asked you if there was anything unusual about that.
Yes.
You said no. In that photo, absolutely nothing unusual in February of 2022 about you, your face, your hands, fists, nothing, right?
Correct.
I want to draw your attention to February 26th, same month, less than a month after the incident. You were at a place called Fenway Johnny's with your buddies, weren't you?
Correct.
Here it comes, the
Then I have
knuckles.
two documents I'd like to mark for identification with the court's permission to show Mr. Lally.
These are the knuckles. Here's the knuckle pics. ID. Mhm. Who's your daddy now, Lally? Okay, so this is from February 26th. Okay,
Thank you.
here we go.
Okay.
Present these two witnesses.
Yes.
May we approach?
You can approach these
I may as well see
titties.
them. I'll end up seeing them in the rest.
All right, guys, they're gonna approach. Okay, so check this out. This is normally what kids would do. If that actually happened and Karen Reed ran him over and did all that crap, right? I would text my friend and my friend would text me and I'd be like, oh my God, can you believe the night that you came and picked me up? Have you been watching the news? Did you see that John O'Keefe was ran over by his crazy freaking girlfriend? That happened on my uncle's freaking front lawn. They were supposed to come there that night. And then I guess they got into some fight outside. Can you believe that? Like, you would be talking back and forth about the incident, not in terms of like hey, remember you got to tell them this or you can't say this. You would be talking about the incident as a 17-year-old being like, holy shit. Hey, did you see anything that night? You don't remember when you picked me up. When you picked me up, did you see that car? Like, did you see John or anybody? Because that dude that lived like next to me, holy shit, man, he's dead. This crazy bitch ran him over. Like, you'd be gossiping. You'd be saying things like, you'd be even asking about it. Do you remember seeing an SUV there? Like, I don't even know when that. I can't believe it. Did you see the news? That's what would be going on. Okay. That would be normal. And you'd be talking about it. Think about, like, anybody says that they don't talk about something, that you're a liar. Okay. But but that's normal. And it would be normal for Allie to say it to him. Like, holy shit. My mom was telling me what happened. What's going on when you were there, like shit like that. Okay. And that would be all normal. And all of those text messages should be there. And that's a normal exchange to just be like 17-year-olds just saying like, holy shit, wow. Like, or yeah, I was talking to my dad and my dad said that, dude, John was in there to get a pizza with his nephew that day. And then they met up at he was with him and he said everything was fine. That is what you would be talking about. That's how that stuff would be. And you could like even be calling her a crazy bitch. Like it'd be normal to say, holy shit, that crazy John. I knew John was dating that woman. I thought, she was just, weird, or I always heard him screaming, or that should be there. And that would be normal for a jury to see of 17-year-olds.
Even of adults.
Yeah, adults, yeah. Man, I only thought like people that think that fake screenshots only happen in social media world, where like people have been doctoring up screenshots for the social media world. You guys, this is not the first case where I've seen doctored screenshots in cases.
And it's always with people with entitlement that think they can get away with something and have in the past. And Alan Jackson's not letting that happen.
And I've already caught him so many times, like, I don't have social media. Like he's saying, oh, we use a different platform to talk. Like, I thought you didn't have social media, Now, what about going back further to say where I'm telling you, we need to get into this whole, how did you get to,
How did you get the screenshot?
No, how did you get to the party? How did you get to the party? Because Allie on direct examination, he said that Allie took him to the party. This is really, really important. He couldn't remember how he got to Mike's house. Okay. He's like, oh yeah, I got a ride. If Allie's driving all over and she hits the circle, like I'm going to pull it up. If this is only a half a day, I can't remember. Is this only a half a day? Or is it a full day? But I want to show, I'm going to make a map of where the high school is, where all these houses are and stuff like this. But Allie's, Yannetti talking about that damn bubble shit, I would have kind of held back on that and just recalled her about all that.
It seems like they have to be a little careful how they approach it in the foundation they laid.
Well, I would have just waited. I would have waited till it was my turn to bring in like that part and recall these witnesses to talk about then this.
And then what, impeach her?
But yeah, and use it to impeach her after the experts testify.
Okay, and you mean all the experts, or you're talking cell phone experts?
I think that there's a handful of experts that are going to be testifying. But again, he had to maybe get her on the record to say some of the stuff.
I just hope it's allowed. And what I'm afraid of is that they're inside bar being told they can't do certain things, right? And we can't tell where some of the objections are coming from because they don't give reasons.
Colin just testified that he has the same phone as he had back then.
Exactly.
Now, I think this is holy shit, right? Or would you turn over your phone? But if they, I believe the feds already have it.
His phone.
I believe the feds already know. If we were able to prove it looking at these screenshots, I just can't believe that Lally's going along with it. I believe the feds already have the data because she produced the screenshot. Allie produced the screenshot after she got a new phone, which meant it was still, she transferred everything over like picture wise. All right, let's see.
So you're putting it in evidence before you display it?
May I vote one more time? Yes.
All right, here we go.
Sir, do you recognize those two documents?
Yes.
Taking a look at the one that's got multiple documents on it, I don't want you to tell me what's on it. Just tell me if you recognize the picture that's in the middle to the right.
Yes.
Okay. And then looking at the second document, which I believe is marked EE for identification at this point, does that appear to be a true and accurate enlargement of the first thumbnail?
Yes.
And those were taken on that photo was taken on February 26th, 2022.
Yes.
At the place called, I think it's called Fenway Johnny's, right?
Correct.
Fenway Johnny's.
I published the.
Put it into evidence first.
Move for the admission of just EE.
So you need to get it to the court.
EE.
May I, I'm sorry, just FF?
F.
May I approach?
Yes.
We're going with FF or EE?
EE or FF?
Let me have both.
Okay, EE and FF are coming in.
FF.
Okay, give it to Madam Court Reporter to put the exhibit number on it.
Okay. Yeah, excuse you because it's the defense. So it's EE and FF.
Yes.
Give it to Madam Reporter.
Okay, here we go. Let's get it on. Look
You
at
see
that.
that photograph?
Look at them knuckles,
It's,
baby.
being displayed?
Yes.
Are you in that photograph?
Yes.
Which person are you?
In the middle.
Oh.
And about what time of day was it? That's you in the middle?
Correct.
Okay. About what time of day was this taken?
Not sure.
Was it at an event of some sort or just you were at a bar?
Just at a bar.
How is he getting into
Why don't
these
you take a look
bars?
At the right hand. Can you see from there clearly your right hand?
Yes.
What do you notice about your right hand?
It's cut up.
Your knuckles are injured, correct?
Correct.
Ooh.
Now, you didn't take this photo, did you?
Nope.
That photo was never on your phone. In other words, it wasn't a friend of yours that took the photo.
No.
This was taken by an event staff member, is that right?
Correct.
It was later posted on social media, isn't that right?
Correct.
You could not access the metadata, you couldn't access the time and date of that photo, correct?
Not sure what you mean by
You
that.
couldn't manipulate the time or date this photo was taken?
No.
This photo was completely sort of out of your control, isn't that right?
Correct.
And it was controlled by the event staff at Fenway Johnny's.
Correct.
And on February 26th, less than a month after the incident at Fairview, that's what your right knuckles look like, correct?
Correct.
And this is a true and accurate depiction of your condition on or about February 26th, correct?
Correct.
How'd you get those injuries, Robert? We can realize that.
Take them titties.
I
Ally
was
Mc-
at a party, my house party, my senior year, and I remember it being icy out, and it was kind of like a steep hill of a driveway, and I was walking up the driveway, and I slipped down the driveway, and I tried to catch myself, but I had something in my left hand, so I had tried to brace myself with my right hand, and I ended up sliding a little bit down the driveway.
What'd you have in your left hand?
If I remember, it was either my phone or a beverage.
So according to you, you fell on ice and injured your knuckles, as we just saw in that photograph, right across the top of your knuckles.
Correct.
So you fell onto what, pavement, asphalt,
Yes.
and you braced yourself when you fell, your entire body weight, by putting your right hand down in a fist, and you injured your right fist, just the top of the knuckles on your right fist when you fell down.
Correct.
Seriously?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You didn't put your palms down when you fell?
You didn't put your palms down.
Fell your entire body weight on your right fist and just injured the top portion of your knuckles.
You would have broke your wrist.
Correct.
Those injuries to your knuckles look an awful lot like the type of injuries that you would get in a
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You ever been in a fight, sir?
Other than with my brothers, no.
You've never been in a fight
Nope.
your entire life.
Other than with my brothers, no.
Never hurt your knuckles before.
Not sure what you mean.
Never hurt your knuckles in a fight.
No.
And in this case, when you fell down on the asphalt, it was only the top 4 knuckles of your right hand, correct?
Correct.
You right-handed or left-handed?
Right-handed.
Box?
Nope.
I'm sorry, you don't box?
Nope.
You've never boxed?
Never.
You ever practiced boxing?
I've hit the bag for like cardio, but other than that, no.
When you hit the bag, is that considered boxing?
I wouldn't say so. Not
It's not jumping
really.
rope, is it, Mr. Albert?
No.
It's not doing curls,
Nope.
not doing push-ups or calisthenics.
Nope.
It's hitting a bag, correct?
Yeah.
That's boxing, right?
I'd say yeah.
Yeah. When that photograph was taken at Fenway Johnny's, those knuckles looked like they had been re-injured from a prior injury. No?
No.
Just falling on the asphalt.
Correct.
Any other cuts or scrapes from that terrible fall on the asphalt?
Pull up to see how much
Objection,
snow.
Your
When was there
Oh, great.
snow?
Any
Did it
other
snow?
cuts or scrapes or injuries from that fall?
I don't remember.
Just your right knuckles.
Yeah.
Oh, he got him so he can't ask that on redirect about that there was other injuries. You just couldn't see it because of the picture. Good job, Alan. That was
You
great.
said you've never been in a fight before.
Nope.
Did you post a video? You threatened that you're going to.
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained. I'll see you at sidebar on this. I'm familiar with this.
Oh, she's saying she's familiar with it. How the fuck are you familiar with this? You're not supposed to be watching anything. I'm familiar with this. Come on over.
This is a fucking joke.
This is horrible.
Why? Because Turtle Boy went live with this or something? Like, why is she familiar with this shit?
Well, she shouldn't be watching anything regardless, even if Turtle Boy did. It doesn't matter. I'm allowed to impeach the witness. He said that he's never been in a fight before, so he just goes around threatening people to fight. No, Alan's gonna be able to get this in. He just said he doesn't fight. He says he's never been in a fight before. So he's going around threatening people, though, that he's gonna beat people's asses, right? Those advantage boys, bang, bang. We're gonna fuck you up, bang, bang. Bev doing her own research on all right, so this is the cross-examination of Colin Albert, and we haven't even scratched the surface, pun intended. Okay. And Bev wants to talk about it because he wants to talk about a video. Anyways, it's gonna be pretty wild. This is about to be pretty wild here. Again, if you're watching, thumbs it up for Karen Reed. Get people over here to actually see, like, you know, not the biased bullshit out there. So yesterday, now people were asking me what was the relevance of putting in those pictures that Allie put in yesterday? Well, Allie was trying to show that they had to get together in February 11, 2022, and that is this how he looked, and now he said yes. So the whole purpose was to show that he didn't have any injuries Okay. But remember, those are screenshots and trying to say what date they were. Again, what the defense says is that they were altered dates. So again, those are February 26th. No way those scrapes are from the 29th. Are you kidding me? They look I think you don't understand how long scabs last for. How long do your scabs on your knees last for? And that's in an area where if you're picking at it and playing with it or whatever, or you re-injure it, okay, or mess it up again. Yeah. But see, they didn't look fresh. They didn't look fresh at all. 100. And it looks like it's something that continued to be irritated. So the purpose is to show that picture. They try to show that he wasn't injured on
So I'm
February
going
11th.
to send you out for a recess. We have some work we have to do here. Wasn't early enough for me to get you coffee and bagels. I apologize for that, but we'll be a little bit. So we'll send you out for the morning recess.
All right, to the court, please.
Okay, morning recess. So they're going to do, let's see what happens. Okay, are we doing voir dire?
So, Mr. Albert, you stay right where you are. We're going to see a couple of short videos, and then Mr. Jackson will ask you questions, and then Mr. Lally will ask you questions. Then I'll hear from the lawyers, and then I'll take a break, and you'll get a break before we go back. Okay?
Yeah.
Did you have a lawyer present?
No, I do not.
Okay. All right. So the first one, are they both on
Ooh,
the same?
Colin
they're
Albert,
separate.
no attorney.
All right. So let's mark them each for identification.
The one I'm holding in my right hand,
Bring it up.
I'll call advantage.
Okay.
This is voir dire. This
Thank
is all
you.
outside the presence of the jury. Give me a second here.
Good luck. The one in my left hand, with the court's permission, this is, I'll call this bang bang.
All right. Thank you. All right. So play GG first, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Your advantage boys, I will beat all your asses. I promise you, I'll fuck you all up. Pull up, bitch.
Okay. And the next one, please.
Look at his eye. Look at his eye. This is impeachment. His eye is busted up. He's never been in a fight
May I inquire,
before.
Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to take those two videos one at a time. I'm going to call one the advantage voice and one the bang bang. For purposes of my questioning, Mr. Albert, specifically regarding the advantage voice video, did you recognize it?
Yes.
How did you recognize it?
What do you mean by
How
that?
do you recognize it? Is that you?
Yes.
Okay. When was that taken?
Maybe my sophomore year in high school. Around.
Where were you?
I don't remember.
Okay,
Where?
so your sophomore year in high school, that's about 3 or 4 years ago?
Yeah, around.
You indicated on cross-examination, you've never been in a fight.
No.
Indicating that you have no violent tendencies, no violent proclivities, right?
Nope.
What were you saying on that video?
That I would beat them up.
Did you say you would beat them up, or did you say, I will fuck you up?
Yeah, Alan.
I said I will F you up.
No, you didn't say, I will F you up. What did you actually say?
That I would fuck them up.
You also said something about beating somebody's ass, right?
Correct.
What did that mean?
That I would beat them up.
So when you said, I will fuck you up and I will beat your ass, was that a friendly invitation?
No,
That was a threat, correct?
I don't know if I would call it a threat.
Don't?
I'm not sure.
What?
Someone walks up to you. I'm not going to do it. But if someone did, walked up to you and said, I will fuck you up. I will beat your ass. You wouldn't take that as a threat?
If they walked up to me, yeah.
But if they didn't walk up and just
Then you're a
shouted
pussy.
across the street and stood there and said, I will fuck you up. I will beat your ass. That's not a threat.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think you are sure, sir.
All right, so that I'll strike at the Commonwealth standing up.
This is
Were you
amazing.
threatening these Advantage boys, guys, whoever they are?
Yeah, kinda.
Were you threatening them with violence?
Kinda, yeah.
Yeah. In the second video, you said, fuck you a number of times. And then you said, KO, you said, pull up, KO, bang, bang. Right?
Correct.
Pull up.
Explain that to me.
I'm not sure. Like, explain what I said.
Is that a threat?
Yeah.
Pull up, bitch. Right?
Yeah.
Who are you talking to?
Those same Advantage kids.
Got it. So you're threatening them yet again a second time.
Yeah.
What does pull up mean?
Like, come by.
Yeah,
Well-
meaning get over here. Right?
Drive
Yep.
your car.
Because when you do, I'm going to fuck you up. Right?
Yeah.
Meaning I'm going to fight you and I'm going to put you down. Correct?
Correct.
That was your threat to them.
Correct.
Can we get a time on this second one?
Of course. When was the second one, the bang bang threat made? Before or after the Advantage boys?
I'm not sure.
After?
Might have been this same night. I really don't know.
Well, you're dressed completely differently, so it's probably not the same night. You would agree with that?
Unless I could have changed my shirt. I do that often.
Okay.
I could have changed my
You
shirt.
changed your shirt and on the same night. You just decided to threaten the guys twice. Is that what you're saying?
Maybe.
You're not sure?
I'm not sure.
Was it around the same time frame?
Around, yeah.
All right. The fact of the matter is, Mr. Albert, you do like to fight, don't you?
Nope.
The fact of the matter is, you showed up at another hearing, at another proceeding, to testify, and you showed up with busted knuckles then too, didn't you?
I do not remember.
July 27th, 2023, do you remember being at another hearing?
Yes.
You remember being questioned by some attorneys?
Yes.
Do you remember the question about the condition of your fist? Literally at the hearing?
Yeah.
It was obvious to the person that was questioning you that you had an injury to your fist, correct?
Objection.
That's a student.
I'll
Oh,
rephrase that. My apologies, Your Honor. You were asked questions by the questioner about the condition, the physical condition of your fist, weren't you?
Correct.
And you claimed at that time, well, let me back up for a second, ask a different question. They were asking because you had open injuries on your right knuckles yet again, didn't you?
Correct.
come on, Bev.
You said, I must have been hitting a heavy bag, right?
Yeah.
Boxing again.
Hit in the bag, yeah.
Just working out, right?
Yep.
Didn't have any injuries on your left hand, though, did you?
No.
How many times have you hit a heavy bag?
I'm not sure.
How many times have you worked out with a heavy bag? That's an unfair question. I'll ask a better one. How many times have you worked out on a heavy bag?
not sure.
When you work out on a heavy bag, you wrap your hands, don't you?
I do not know.
I see. So only your right hand gets injured over and over and over and over again. Not your left hand.
I'm not sure.
Even though you punch in the bag with both hands.
I'm not sure.
Yet again, you're right-handed, aren't you?
Yes.
So when you throw a haymaker, your hardest punch, that's with your right fist, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Is that right?
I would say they have equal. They're equal. I
Oh,
don't
they're
know.
equal. Even better.
Not
That's
sure.
all I have.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What are you gonna say to Lally?
Mr. Albert,
Woohoo! Get them sirens going. Bail out your boy. Bail out your boy.
when those videos were made, you were a sophomore in high school, is that right?
Around that, yeah.
How old were you when you were a sophomore in high school?
16 years old.
And so that would have been at least a couple years before January of 2022, correct?
Yeah.
And as far as
So
within those videos, well, as far as timing, so those videos were around the same time, both sort of same time period within your sophomore year,
Correct.
and relatively close to each other, is that correct?
Correct.
And who or what is an advantage?
It's a club hockey team.
And what, if any, relationship did you have with that club hockey team?
None.
And so as far as what videos you were made and sending, were there any videos from that group that were made and sent to you?
Text messages.
And with regard to those text messages, generally speaking, what do they say?
Just name calling me and my friends, calling us like pussies and stuff like that.
So this was sort of a back and forth, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you even play hockey?
Nope.
And were these people around your age at that time?
Yeah.
And were they kids from the same town or different?
I don't even know where they're from.
Did you even really know these kids or what the names were or anything
So you're
like
just a
that?
punk.
Not at all.
Exactly. You're just a punk. You just have to run your mouth.
And
You
was
get a
there
big
ever
dick
any
stuck
sort
in
of
it.
physical fight or even a physical interaction with these other kids?
Never.
Did you ever even meet them face to face?
Never.
And with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, your neighbor who lived at the top of the street when you lived at Seven Meadows, you ever threaten him?
Never.
Did he ever threaten you?
Never.
Did you ever have any sort of back and forth exchange similar to what was up on the screen?
Never.
I have nothing further on.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I, very briefly? You indicated, Mr. Albert, that this was your sophomore year in high school. But you were asked that exact same question under oath, the time frame of these videos in that other hearing, weren't you?
I believe so, yes.
You indicated under oath in that hearing that it looked like it was your junior or senior year in high school, correct?
Maybe I'm not sure
Not sure.
exactly what I said.
Your senior year would have been what year, sir?
2022, 21, 22.
Why aren't we talking about his eye? His eye is black in the video.
Same year John O'Keefe died.
Correct.
He has a black eye.
They have no, Your Honor.
He has a goddamn black eye. Why aren't we asking about his black eye in the video?
That's all I have at this time, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, I will hear you.
Your Honor, if we could make the argument outside the presence of the witness.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm going to ask you to step out of the
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, yeah, you cannot hear in that background.
No problem. I appreciate you giving us the opportunity. Your Honor, it's very clear that these videos are highly, highly relevant, given the sanitized testimony that this witness has tried to present to this jury. He's indicated that he's never been in a fight, doesn't have any violent proclivities, he doesn't have any violent tendencies. It's not in his countenance to do this. Mr. Lally opened this
So
door.
you only got that through the voir dire.
Understood.
Okay, so the violent tendencies only came in through the voir dire.
Well, that's not true. In front of the jury, he said, I've never been in a fight.
Okay, but that specific question, you said violent tendencies, it was unobjected to, but that was voir dire.
Understood. Mr. Lally clearly opened this door yesterday. He presented a photograph or a series of photographs with this witness's family. His arm draped over his aunt, he's with his mom, looking very family-oriented, etc. And Mr. Lally went further than that and specifically said, I want you to take a look at your face, your hands, and your extremities. Do you see anything unusual or odd about that? That's why I believe the court allowed, based on the testimony today, allowed the photograph in February of 2022 of the actual photo that cannot be manipulated. It's in the hands of a third party of the busted and injured knuckles on this witness's right hand. He then said, I've never been in a fight. Those two videos belie that testimony. There is no way to look at those two videos and say, this is not relevant to the issue of whether or not he has been in a fight.
But tell me how whether he's been in a fight is relevant to an issue in this case. That's what you have to do.
Because the police should have, the Massachusetts State Police should have, if they were doing their due diligence, they should have investigated this young man. They should have investigated every single person who was in that house, in or around the home of where John O'Keefe was found, the Albert home, and they didn't. They did nothing to investigate whether or not there was someone in the house who tended to fight, who wanted to get in physical altercations, who had a propensity to get in physical altercations, who was a fighter by nature, who threatened to fight, who threatened violence. That's what this young man has indicated he does constantly. I'm surprised he didn't show up in this hearing with busted knuckles.
So does this go to your third party culprit defense?
It goes to both. It certainly goes to both, but yes,
Supposed
it
to
also
impeach
goes to
him.
third party culprit defense as well. This is a focus of, I believe this should be a focus of the juror's attention in terms of, is there a third party who could have done this that evidence points to that may have done this? Absolutely. This evidence, what we now have, points directly in that it's focused in that direction. So yes, both it should have been investigated, and Colin Albert is somebody that the jurors should focus their opinion on or their attention on to determine whether or not he could have or was involved in the death of John O'Keefe.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. Commonwealth would submit did not open the door in reference to this, showing a photograph of someone and what they physically looked like. There was no suggestion. The only questions that were asked about fighting or anything of that nature were by counsel. So counsel thinks he opened his own door. I don't think that's exactly how that works. This is nothing more than rank speculation. It has nothing, there's no relevance whatsoever to this case. You're talking about something that is dated at least a year, if not two, prior to the incidents in this case.
But what if it's as Mr. Jackson pointed out, the prior testimony, his senior year, which is, of course, is much closer?
Well, I think
you have to go with that. Yeah. What are you going to do
even
now?
assuming that, as far as relevance is concerned, Your Honor, there is no evidence here of a fight at all. There's no evidence that this witness was even present at the house at the same time as the victim. There's no evidence of any animus between this witness and the victim. There is no evidence whatsoever, as I stated, that he was even present at the same place at the same time on the night with John O'Keefe, on the night that John O'Keefe was killed. There is no evidence from even these videos of any physical altercation having taken place. So whatever juvenile beef that he and his friends had with individuals from another town, there's no evidence whatsoever of physical altercation. There's no evidence that there's a physical altercation even in this case. So to allow counsel to introduce this purely for prejudicial reasons and to invite the jury to speculate as to what it is essentially does nothing but
No, the jury
divert the
speculates all
jury's attention
day.
away from the facts of the case and what the evidence of the case is, and more so is just there's no evidence of anything in this case.
John O'Keefe's injuries. He better counter with that.
May I begin briefly?
Yes.
In terms of evidence of a fight, I don't know what Mr. Lau is talking about. He says there's no evidence of a fight in this case. John O'Keefe looks like he had been beaten
Thank you.
to death. He's got 2 black eyes, a laceration over his right eye, a laceration over his nose, a giant wound on the back of his head, and he doesn't look like he was hit by a car. He looks like he was in a physical altercation. It's as plain as the nose on your face, and we have evidence that we have witnesses who are going to propound that evidence, present that evidence. So Mr. Lally and the Commonwealth can take whatever position they want to. If they think those injuries are consistent with being hit by a 6,000-pound truck, they can knock themselves out. That is not the state of the case, and they don't get to dictate the state of the facts. The facts speak for themselves. Second, with regard to whether or not Mr. Albert was home that night, or at the home that night in a position to be able to engage in a physical altercation, which, by the way, takes about that long, that is predicated on his own family members covering for him. Every one of the witnesses who testified basically are friends and families of the Alberts. And keep in mind, Your Honor, I don't think it's lost on anybody that Colin Albert was hidden, specifically and intentionally hidden from all of law enforcement for the first several months of this investigation. Nobody was willing to even say he was at the house. That is highly, highly suspicious. Given the gravity of what we have now, I would take an issue with one thing Mr. Lally said. He said this diverts the jurors' attention. I would agree it diverts their attention. It diverts their attention to somebody who possibly could be involved with this, who was not properly investigated. And I'll submit.
Okay. So may I have those 2 flash drives, please? Yes. No, I was asking them. All right. So I will. Well, why don't we take a 15-minute recess? I'll look at these and we'll come out.
All right.
All right, damn, okay. Court's in recess. Bev's gonna consider this. I mean, I think she's gonna allow it. I think they're coming in. And I just hope to pray and God, why wouldn't you ask Colin the question about the black eye? How did you get that black eye? I'll just make sure that we're seeing it the way that I look at this. Where's the video? Right there.
All right. Thank you. All right. So play GG first, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Your main goal is I will beat all your asses. I promise you, I will fuck you all up. Pull up, bitch.
Okay. And the next one, please.
This cold boy, you be knocked out. Hell,
Okay.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, so I think the first one has the better angle of it. I mean, unless he just has really, really bad bags. You know what I think's sick? You know what I think's even worse? Okay. You know what I think's worse than seeing that? You hear all the girls in the background. Right? You hear girl voices cheering that shit on, right? Well, let's not forget that little Allie McCabe played hockey. And what do hockey players do 24/7? All they do is fight. Okay. Allie McCabe is a hockey player. Allie McCabe's a pretty big girl. She's tall. She's got them broad ass shoulders too. Allie McCabe has no problem and will cheer on beating that ass. Okay. She is that female. Okay. You tell me a woman soccer or a woman hockey player that isn't a fighter, and I'll laugh in your face. Okay. So right there, the mom of the Carson. Now there you go. But you know I'm right. You know I'm right. But no, in all seriousness, you heard the women in the background. You heard the girl voices in the background. This was on a night John O'Keefe was pulverized, on a night that all these underage kids were drinking. All these underage kids were drinking. Their parents know they drink. And it's the parents that are being scrutinized as well. But more importantly, in these videos and those pictures, he was at a bar, had a wristband on, and is drinking and wanting to fight or threatening to fight. The women, the girls in the background that are cheering on, you know, they are encouraging fighting. They're encouraging to talk shit, you know. I believe it's all going to come in. Do I think that Colin Albert did anything? No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that it deserves to come in. Okay, because of the condition that John O'Keefe was in, you don't have an argument for that. To sit here and say that there's no evidence of a fight, Lally, you just made yourself look like the biggest fool in front of all of America and the rest of the world that's watching. That's what I think. I think it's coming in. I think it should come in. And I think that Alan's going to go to town and ask him who is at that house. I want to know the women, the girls that are in the background, and swear if Allie McCabe's in that background. Also, it does impeach the witness. Let's not forget that. You know, he says he doesn't fight. It impeaches him. I think it's coming in, and and the jury has a right to infer however they want. It's to the admissibility. The weight is going to be held on, is this admissible? And it is admissible. And then it's up to the jury how to weigh it. You know what I mean? That's what the jury does every single day. All jurors, like everywhere, all the jury, like you weigh the evidence appropriately or how you want to weigh it. But Becky says, no way Bev is allowing this. I believe Bev is. What do you guys think? 1 in the chats for Bev allowing is a 1. Number 2 is Bev's not allowing. What was it? The blue one. Yeah. 1 if she allows, 2. I'm going to see how, let me see if I can do it where I can do a poll. Let me get a poll going.
But you see how other cases, if you appear and you testify federally, civilly, it affects criminal cases, it affects your testimony. It can be used against you.
Yeah.
This is why people, take the fifth, or they don't say certain things, or you don't go forward with something.
So I believe that this is going to get in. I do. I believe it's going to get in.
It's going to lead to a really good appeal.
Yeah, this is one of those other appealable situations that, just like the jury should be instructed about Miss McCabe's crap. I don't think any other witness is going to be heard from state. I think Colin is going to be going through ridiculous cross here. Going back to, let's see what he has testified to. Let's see. He comes out lying just like his uncle did right out the bat. He doesn't know what prepped is. He misses that memo.
He didn't know what manipulate.
He doesn't know what manipulate is. He's like, mean. Was Proctor mean to you? That was the best I think I've ever heard. Let's break it down. Now, he was with his witness advocate, Steve Nelson, Tully, Lally, and he only prepped for 15 or 20 minutes. It was like about a month ago. And he says he cannot recall the last time that he talked to Allie, his best friend. He can't remember. Was it a month ago? Was it yesterday? Was it, has he watched any of the coverage? No. He doesn't have social media. No. I don't remember a lot of those. His memory, literally for the first 8 minutes of his testimony, was all about his memory. He's like, you have no recollection of anything, but yet you know that you got picked up at 12:10. Okay. When he was ever interviewed, it happened one time, and it wasn't, it was at the DA's office for 10 minutes. And that happened to be in July 18th. And then he testified July 27th in the federal grand jury of 2023. They did talk about the text messages. They showed that up on the screen at first to talk about the gap in the time that you didn't talk to Allie then again until February 20th. Okay. February 20th seems to be Colin's birthday, by the way. They brought in the photo of Courtney Proctor's wedding and that he was the ring bearer with Michael Proctor. Not sure if that photo has been admitted or not yet, though. We're still wondering. I think it's come out now that he did supply the screenshots to Proctor in those, when he met with them. Let's see. Talked about Snapchat, that he could have possibly talked to Allie via Snapchat. That's why they didn't talk for that gap of a period. He was asked if he knew what a phone extraction was. He was asked if he had to ever turn over his phone. And nope, he didn't. Nope, Proctor didn't take it from him, didn't look through it, nothing like that. Yuri Bukaki, nobody wants to say that name anymore after his mom said Bukaki. Yuri gave old Colin up a call and said, hey, I need to get the text messages or whatever. And he said, oh, you could get them from my dad. I gave them to my dad. You could talk to him. And so then Alan Jackson said, well, I thought you said you didn't talk to your dad about any of this or your mom. And so that kind of just fucked him up. He says he still has the same phone that he did then. So can we get his phone? What's going on with his phone? He says that he still has it. So, and then before voir dire, he was shown his knuckles. He was shown his knuckles from a February 26, 2022 event night where he was at a bar with, I'll go back to show you those pictures where they zoomed in. This was in front of the jury, the knuckles right there. Okay. February. And so he then says,
You could not access the metadata. You couldn't access the time and date of that photo, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
You couldn't manipulate the time or date this photo was taken?
No.
This photo was completely sort of out of your control. Isn't that right?
Correct.
And it was controlled by the event staff at Fenway Johnny's.
Correct.
And on February 26th, less than a month after the incident at Fairview, that's what your right knuckles look like, correct?
Correct.
And this is a true and accurate depiction of your condition on or about February 26th, correct?
Correct.
How'd you get those injuries, Robert?
I was at a party, my house party, my senior year, and it was. I remember it being icy out, and it was kind of like a steep hill of a driveway, and I was walking up the driveway, and I slipped down the driveway, and I tried to catch myself, but I had something in my left hand, so I had tried to brace myself with my right hand, and I ended up sliding a little bit down the driveway.
What'd you have in your left hand?
If I remember, it was either my phone or a beverage.
So according to you, you fell on ice and injured your knuckles as we just saw in that photograph, right across the top of your knuckles.
Correct.
So you felt
So that's the story that he gave to the jury on those knuckles. Okay. So the jury did get to see and hear that, just so you guys know. All right. So I wanted you guys to see that. So he fell on those knuckles and just scraped them. And then he said that Alan Jackson said, well, what did you have in your left hand? What'd you have in your-" He's like, I don't know, like my phone or like a drink.
You know, he thought about that for a long time and imagined it in his head.
Yeah. That's when he says he's never been in a fight. He's never boxed. He said, oh, well, I use the bag for cardio purposes. And then that's when we went to a voir dire. Okay. So Bev's coming back with her decision on if she should allow the videos to come in. Again, I do believe so. Lally thinks the door hasn't been opened. Lally's an idiot. The door was open when you made it a murder charge. Okay, and you said what you said about John O'Keefe and his injuries. You have experts that are going to say that he wasn't hit by a car. So how this could not be relevant? It is relevant. Not to mention it's going to impeach him. So.
Allie opened the door, in my opinion, too, when she said that thing about he wasn't there when John was there, and they're trying to blame him. Like, hello, what? Okay, door completely now wide open, off hinges.
She slips up too. I think Allie slipped up, but we'll see. Those screenshots are going to be interesting. People could say Colin had to leave college because of harassment.
How did he get out of high school with that little guy?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, I don't know about that. I don't agree that anybody should be harassing anybody. Okay, we don't do that. We don't do that. But that is not at the hands of Karen Reed, and I don't think that any of that should be coming in. So, I think for Bev not to look biased, she's going to let it in. I would like to know what kind of instructions he's going to give the jury on the videos. You know, these are the type of situations where jurors, after trial would be over, okay, and they go back and they watch it and they see all the stuff that was outside of the presence of the jury, and then they go and they do tell-all books, or they go and do interviews and they say, well, God, if I would have seen this, if I would have known this, then that would have affected the way that my decision. So it would be nice to know how the jury is, the people that are in there, how they think the jury's, behaving or responding or watching.
Well, they say that they're they pay, even during the boring things, they're paying attention incredibly well. They take really good notes. So far, what everyone in the courtroom is saying about how the jury is reacting is that they're very attentive and they're paying attention. And that's a jury anyone would want. So hopefully that's true.
What's going to be interesting now, too, is if these videos come in, okay, the knuckles are already there. So that's February 26th. Allie provided screenshots, or a screenshot from February 11th. Okay. And so she's trying to make it seem like at February 11th, mind you, there's no metadata behind that. but from February 11th until February 26th, that could have happened anytime between that period, because Colin's knuckles here on this day, February 11th, 2022, he's perfectly fine, right? They said that this guy came back from his San Diego, that they had a party on that February 11th. It was because one of the cousins came. Brian Albert's other son that was off in San Diego came back. And so they had a gathering. Well, someone needs to go get that motherfucker's plane, needs to go pull some records and see if he traveled back home.
I'm just curious as to how Alan Jackson is going to bring in this, or is he going to broach that subject that these screenshots could have been manipulated, and how he's going to go about doing that, and what is allowed in court when you don't have metadata behind something.
Hey, they tried to object to that yesterday because they wanted to you have to authenticate it, and so Lally had to ask some questions with that, but they were still objecting to it, saying that. And I think what was probably because then this morning they then did another objection saying Allie's testimony about this harassment, which was totally, I completely agree with Yannetti. As Karen Reed didn't harass anybody.
Right.
Karen Reed wasn't calling you. Karen Reed wasn't on your lawn. Karen Reed didn't do dick to anybody. So why the fuck is that coming in?
Exactly. Just like these other things can't come in from the prosecution side, from the Commonwealth side.
Yeah, that's just not.
It's prejudicial for
Yeah.
crying on the stand like that.
Yes, it's prejudice, and why she is crying has nothing to do with anybody in that courtroom.
Right. With Karen Reed, right?
I
agree.
That has to do with social media, right? It has to do with social media. And she deemed it on her own to say, well, now you guys are going to try to say that Colin was there. I'm coming forward to say that I was Colin's ride, right? And I picked him up at 12:10. Well, guess what? Now I think you subjected yourself to a shit ton, and that Life 360, I cannot wait to
See the testimony on that?
oh hell yeah.
Yeah.
The experts on that are gonna fucking crush that girl. Literally crush her.
Well, there's a lot that, we can't wait for Jen McCabe to get on that stand. We can't wait for the reconstruction.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys noticed that, but they do have a reconstruction of actually the events playing out. Remember how I've been talking to you guys about the cars and how many cars were in the driveway? Well, one of the videos, or I should say the picture, it was an automated, like a digital image of the house. I think they're doing a reenactment of everybody's testimony from that night, and it's going to play as a demonstrative exhibit. That's what I think is coming. So the jury gets a really good understanding. It's going to come when it's their case. A jury's going to have a really good understanding of some shit and timing. Here it comes.
Oh, God.
I actually will see counsel at Sapphire. I wasn't sure this was Colin.
All right, guys, we're back. Of course, we're doing a sabba. See you at sabba.
Got you some bagels and coffee.
So, Jim. And actually, they'll need to be passed down to Nancy. Thank you. Sorry. Okay, the witness can take the stand, please.
And so I remind you, you're still under oath.
Right, so Mr. Jackson, Madam Court Reporter has two marked for identification. Are you moving to introduce those into evidence at this point?
With the court's permission, yes.
Okay, so let's wait a minute. Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Albert, before we took a break, you had mentioned that you've never been in a fight.
Correct.
You stand by that testimony?
Correct.
I'd like you to take a look at the video. It's been marked for,
She's allowing it.
sorry, it's evidence number 86. I'm going to play this short video for you, and then I'm going to ask you a couple of questions.
Yo, you're Benton's boys. I will beat all your asses. I promise you, I will fuck you all up. Pull up, bitch.
Did you recognize what was depicted in that video?
Yes.
Who was that?
Me.
Approximately when was that video taken?
Around my sophomore year in high school.
Sophomore year or senior year in high school?
Say around my sophomore year in high school.
Why do you say your sophomore year in previous? Well, let me ask it a different way. Did you previously testify at a different hearing back in July of 2023?
Yes.
You were asked about this video, weren't you?
Yes.
You were asked about another video at the same time, correct?
Correct.
And in that hearing, you said you believe that was taken closer to your junior year or senior year in high school, correct?
Correct.
And that was under the oath,
Correct.
same oath that you took here.
Correct.
Closer in time to the events in question. And at that time, you said your junior year or senior year in high school, correct?
Correct.
If it was your senior year in high school, what year would that have been?
21, 22. So 2021, 2022.
Going into 2022, correct?
Yeah.
The same year that John O'Keefe passed away.
Correct.
What did you mean by, I'm gonna fuck you up?
That I was going to beat them up.
Actually, you didn't say beat them up. You said, I'm gonna beat your ass, didn't you?
Yes.
That was a threat, wasn't it?
Yes.
It was a threat directed at some other individuals with whom you had some sort of a beef for a problem.
Correct.
And your resolution of that problem is, I'm gonna fuck you up, I'm gonna beat your ass, right?
Correct.
But you've never been in a fight.
Never.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, could we play evidence number 87?
Yes.
Fuck you. Fuck you. Let's go, boy. You be knocked out. KO. Bang, bang.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Mr. Albert, who was that in that video?
Me.
Was that taken around the same time?
Yes.
You indicated, you're a bitch, bro, right?
Correct.
Was that a threat?
Yes.
More of an insult?
Yeah. More of an insult.
Calling someone out?
Yep.
Making them feel bad?
Yeah.
Prompting them to maybe fight?
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'll ask that question differently, Mr. Jackson.
Also called him a pussy, didn't you?
Correct.
Derogatory comment?
Correct.
And then you said, KO, bang, bang, right?
Correct.
What's KO mean?
Knockout.
And what does bang, bang mean?
I'm not sure, honestly.
You were just talking about knocking somebody out,
Correct.
and the bang bang just sort of flowed.
Exactly.
Was that a threat?
Yes.
And these threats that we've just talked about, that we've just seen, these are threats of physical violence, right?
Correct.
You're not threatening to hurt their feelings or send them a mean text, right?
No.
You're threatening to kick their ass, right?
Correct.
To get physical, right?
Yes.
To ball up your fists and beat the shit out of them.
Objection.
Can you answer that? Will you answer that, please?
Yeah. Can you repeat the question?
Probably shouldn't. You were threatening to ball up your fists and beat the heck out of them.
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you were threatening to do?
Yes.
When you testified in a separate proceeding in July 2023, you actually showed up for questioning live, correct?
Yes.
And you showed up at the time in July of 2023 with your knuckles busted up again, didn't you?
Correct.
And you were asked about your knuckles at that time, correct?
Correct.
And that time you said, oh no, I didn't fall down on black ice and slip and break my fall with my knuckles like you said here. You said, oh, I hit a heavy bag and busted my knuckles up on a heavy bag, right?
Correct.
So that heavy bag was you practicing boxing, right?
It was me getting cardio. Yes.
Which is in a form of fighting,
In a form. Yeah.
punching a bag.
Yep.
That's how you choose to do your cardio.
Sometimes.
And you're right-handed?
Yes.
And it was
He's a
your right
football
hand that was
player.
busted up.
Correct.
So when you throw your hardest punch, that's with your right hand, isn't it?
I'd
Football
say, I'm
player
not sure. I'd
never
say
do
they're
that.
equal.
You're equally strong with both hands.
I'd say so.
So in your words, you could fuck somebody up with either hand, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
You answer that.
No, I'm not saying that.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Lally?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Just before I begin, may we approach?
Okay.
Yep, this tells me they're gonna go ahead and they got it on the record that, and look at, he's looking over at the jury there with puppy dog eyes, like, you know, I'm telling you this right now. You go find me a football player. He's a football player. If you're a receiver, running back, if you're a position player, you ain't no hit no heavy bag. You ain't busting up your fucking hands. Okay, that's not how you get cardio in. If you're a football player, he is a football player. That is not how you do cardio if you're a football player. He was playing football in college. Okay, go ask any college athlete that's a football player if they're going to fuck with their hands when they need them. That's the stupidest thing I ever said. Like, you just don't do that. July of 2023, when he would have been testifying, he was not in college. July of 2023. That would have been getting ready right before a football season. All right. And you're not using your hands in any way, shape like that if you are a football player in college. You just, unless you literally ride that pine and you don't need your hands because you were on the little sissy special teams. Okay. The third string. You don't do that. You don't hit a heavy bag if you're a football player. I'm sorry. You just don't. Them's the facts. The question is, how did the jury take it? What do you think the jury got from it? The jury's going to see he's a liar, he's a fighter. And if he's a liar, he's a fighter. And yesterday was Allie. Allie, only thing that she was just trying to do was protect Colin. Colin can protect himself. He's a bad boy, you know? So I think how I would take this as a juror is, you now give me every reason to not believe anything that either one of y'all did and said, right? Doesn't mean I think that you did anything to physically harm John O'Keefe. It means I don't believe what you're saying. So, and yeah, you have screenshots. You don't have the actual data. And then if it comes out that they have experts that show, remember, the Life 360 app has Allie all the way out until 1:30 in the morning. Enough said. Enough said. You want to be off a couple minutes? I'll even give you that, but I'm telling you that shit's accurate. It's GPS, not Wi-Fi. It's GPS. Turn-to-turn navigation. Okay? You don't need your Wi-Fi on to have Google Maps running so that you can get to where you're going, do you? No. That's ridiculous. It's GPS. She thought she was smart. No.
Yes.
Mr. Albert, just to be clear, Allie McCabe is not your cousin, correct?
Correct.
She's a friend of yours who you have relatives in common, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, when you and I and other individuals met prior to your testimony in this case, it was just one time, is that correct?
Correct.
Did we talk about something called sequestration?
Not that I remember, no.
Did we talk about having conversations with other witnesses while the case was pending or going on?
No.
Now, you testified when you were asked on cross-examination that you haven't had any conversations with any other witnesses, you haven't watched any coverage, you haven't done any interviews, correct?
Correct.
Was that at my instruction?
No.
Is that something that you've done at any point in time as far as talking to any other witnesses, including your parents?
No.
Now, you were asked some questions about cross-examination about your family's relationship sort of with the Proctor family, correct?
Correct.
And taking the Proctor family as it was put as sort of an entity, what I'm going to ask you about is purely about Trooper Michael Proctor. How many times have you seen him in your life?
Maybe 5, 6 times.
And when about would those be, and what would the nature of those interactions?
Other than when I got interviewed last time with Trooper Proctor and one of his partners, other than that, I didn't see him for years, I want to say, since I was a young kid.
And when you were a young kid, just so we're clear, as far as young, how young is young?
Maybe saw him, I could have seen him at like a football game or something, but other than that, like pretty young, like 12, 11, 13 years old.
And where about, or what was the context in which you would see him? Was it you and him together, or was it a group setting, family? How would you come into contact?
We've been over the grandmother's house a couple of times, but that's pretty much the only time I would see him.
Now, as far as the photograph that you were shown, as far as a wedding was concerned, you were a ring bearer in that wedding?
Correct.
And that was over 10 years ago, you said?
Yes.
But how old would you have been in that particular photograph or in that particular wedding?
If I had to guess, 8 or 9, maybe around there.
Do you have any independent memory of that wedding or anything about that wedding?
None.
And as far as your family being close, again, sort of the Proctor family as an entity, is your family close with all of the Proctors, or is your family close with Courtney Proctor, or is your family close with Michael Proctor?
Mostly just like my aunt and my mom's friendly with Courtney, I'd say. Not really close with Michael.
I have some questions about the text messages that were up on the screen yesterday and up on the screen today. As far as sort of gap between January 28th and February, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, you indicated that there were other means by which you would have communicated with your friend Allie McCabe, is that correct?
Correct.
Is that consistent with, is that only Allie McCabe, or is that consistent with other friends that you were communicating with?
All my friends.
You would sort of switch between call, text, Snapchat, other apps, things like that.
Exactly.
And the top of that screen was the text messages regarding picking you up from 34 Fairview on January 28th or 29th, correct?
Correct.
Do you have any idea when the last time was? Text before that? Was it days, weeks, months?
Not sure.
That period sort of.
Thank you.
That period of sort of January 28th into February, is that, how would you characterize that? Is that a normal gap between times that you would have text communications with Allie McCabe?
On iMessage, yeah, I would say so. Yeah.
And from photographs that you were shown yesterday during your direct examination, when I was asking you questions, those were photographs from February 11th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And Ms. McCabe was present at the house for your cousin Jack coming home from the Marine Corps as well?
Correct.
You saw her on February 11th, correct?
Yes.
Now, the other photographs that you were shown today at some sort of bar or establishment, were those taken before or after the time at your uncle's house when your cousin Jack came home from the Marines?
After.
And after by days, weeks, if you know?
Weeks.
Now, with regard to questions you were asked about injuries to your hand, those are two separate incidents, one in February when you slipped on ice, is that correct?
Correct.
And one in July when you had struck a heavy bag, correct?
Correct.
And when you struck a heavy bag and got sort of injuries on your hands, were you wearing anything on your hand when you hit the heavy bag?
Nothing. Nope.
Have you received any sort of training in boxing?
Nobody
taken
does
classes,
that.
Anything like that?
Never.
It's something you do as part of your workout, correct?
Correct.
You're an athlete, correct?
I'd like to say so, yeah.
You played sports in high school, correct?
Yeah.
And at least at the beginning of college, you played sports in college, correct?
Correct.
Now, you were asked about things about that February 26th photo at it was Fenway Johnny's, is that where it was?
Correct.
And you were asked about control over the photograph, correct?
Say that again.
You were asked different questions about your control over what you could do or alter with respect to the photograph, correct?
Yes, correct.
Ultimately, though, you were in control about whether or not you were photographed, correct?
Yes.
Nobody forced you to go up and pose with your friends or anything like that?
Nope.
Now, as far as those videos that you were just shown, how old were you?
Around 16, I'd say around 16 years old.
So you believe it was sometime in your sophomore year of high school?
Yes, that's what I believe.
And so that would have been a couple years before your senior year of high school, which you were in January 2022, correct?
Correct. And
This video, as far as you recall who you were referencing in those videos?
an advantage club hockey team.
So a club hockey team, were they about the same age as you?
Yes.
And did you know any of those people?
Nope.
And were they, the club hockey team, was that within the same town as you were?
I'm not sure.
Did you play hockey
Nope.
at any point in time in high school?
Never.
Does Allie play hockey?
And was this just you sending them videos, or was this some sort of argument or something going back and forth?
It was an argument going back and forth.
So what, if anything, did you or any of your friends receive in regard to from that club hockey team?
We received texts like being name called, like calling pussies and words like that.
So do you recall which came first as far as the text or the video?
I do not recall.
But similar, the text message that you received from this club hockey team, were they similar in nature to the videos that you posted?
Correct.
Do you recall what the argument was about with this other group of kids from this club hockey team?
Yeah, it was the girls in our friend group. A couple of the girls in our friend group like hung out with them a few times. So like all my guy friends got a little salty about it. So that's why we kind of sent videos back and forth.
So you were teenage kids arguing about girls, correct?
Exactly.
And at any point in time, did your friend group and this club hockey team ever meet up at all?
Never.
Any sort of physical altercation or anything like that?
Nope.
And you indicated that you've never really been in a fight except for with your brothers, correct?
Correct.
And when you would get in a fight with your brothers, how old were you then?
Younger, I'd say. Yeah, younger.
Younger, like as young as you were when you were ring bearer in somebody's wedding?
Yeah.
Now, with regard to John O'Keefe, your neighbor who lived a couple doors down, you ever threaten John O'Keefe?
Never.
John O'Keefe ever threaten you?
Never.
You ever get in an argument about girls?
Nope.
Any animus or any conflict that you can recall ever between yourself and Mr. O'Keefe?
Never.
Now, you were asked some questions on cross-examination regarding whether or not you've been thinking about this case for the last 2.5 years. You recall that?
Yes.
And you indicated that you had not, correct?
Mm-hmm. Correct. Sorry.
And you had indicated in your testimony in response to that questioning, essentially not until people were writing things about you on the internet, correct? Correct. You expound upon that. Can you explain to the jury sort of when that occurred and what were the things that were being written about you on the internet?
I'd say about a little over a year. It started when people on Twitter, Instagram, social media were just coming at my family, calling us murderers, harassing us, showing up to our doorsteps, our sports games. I mean, we couldn't leave the house without people taking pictures of us, and it's very terrible.
And how long has that gone on for?
The past year and change, a couple months. Past year and a couple months, I'd say.
So you remember all of those times?
To be clear, that night that you were at 34 Fairview Road at your uncle's house, January 28th and 29th, at any point in time did you see John O'Keefe at that house, come into that house, around that house, at any point in time that you did?
Never.
First time he said never, and like, nope, no, never.
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Mr. Albert, you're all set. I think that piece of paper goes back to Mr. Jackson. Did you leave something?
Colin Albert, he's probably like, damn, where's the
All right,
pen away
Mr. Lowry,
Johnny's?
next witness.
Yeah, sure. On the call, we'll call Mr. Matthew McCabe to the stand.
Ooh, fatty, let's bring it on, baby. I'm just kidding. I don't even know what he looks like. The McCabe's.
Step right up, watch the step. Remain standing and take the court. Do you solemnly swear the evidence to be recorded during the case down here should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. Ooh.
All right, Matt McCabe.
All right, Mr. Lowry, whenever you're ready.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name?
Matthew McCabe, McCabe.
And where do you live, sir?
Canton, Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived in Canada?
I'll be 20 years this coming June.
And during the time that you have lived in Canada, have you lived at the same place or have you lived at different places?
Different places.
So where do you live currently? How long have you lived there?
Currently, I will be 10 years this June.
And where did you live prior to that?
Prior to that, you want the physical address?
Yes.
15 Sutcliffe Ave. I was there for 10 years as well.
And with respect to both locations, who, if anyone, you live with?
I live with my wife and my 4 daughters.
And what is your wife's name?
Jennifer.
And how long have you and Jennifer McCabe been married?
2022, so 23 years in August.
And you have 4 daughters, is that right?
That's correct.
And how old are you?
I'm 49.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, my daughters?
That's okay. Your daughters, how old are your daughters?
20, 18, 16, and 15.
And your oldest daughter is Allie McCabe, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And do you work, sir?
Yes, I do.
What do you do for work?
I work for a information technology solutions firm.
And how long have you been doing that?
2009. So I think I'm coming on 15 years.
And does your wife work?
No.
What does your wife do?
Stay at home, raises the kids.
She spends all my money.
Homemaker.
She's a gossiper
I could
online.
turn your attention to January 28th and to January 29th of 2022. You recall those days?
Yes, I do.
Recall what days they did.
Friday into Saturday.
And did you work that day on the Friday?
Yes, I did.
And at that point, do you recall, were you working in an office or remotely?
I don't recall if that specific day I was in the office. Sometimes I'd go in, sometimes I'd work from home. So I don't recall if I actually was physically in the office. Sometimes I'll go in for a few hours. So I don't recall exactly if I was home or in the office that day.
So regardless, at some point, you sort of wrap up work for the day, and where did you go?
Yes, finished up work and met some friends at a restaurant in Canton before my daughter's basketball game.
And so on that evening, your daughter had a basketball game, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And who did she play for at that time?
She played for Canton High School.
That the varsity game?
Yes.
And which of your daughters, as far as age is concerned, which of your daughters was playing basketball for Canton High School at that time?
That would be my second oldest, who's
I'm sorry, go ahead.
my second oldest.
And so you, after work, had met some other people at an establishment in Canton, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Where did you go?
The establishment was called the Canton Junction Pub or Canton Junction. I don't know the full name, but just went by the Junction.
And who, if anyone, did you meet there, just in general?
Handful of folks that play whose daughters play basketball on the same team with my daughter.
Or just sort of a group of parents who had kids on the basketball team?
Yes, that's correct.
Was your wife Jennifer there with you at that time as well?
Yes, that's correct.
And about how long were you at the Junction?
Game 6:30. Give or take hour and a half.
And girls varsity basketball, was there sort of like a typical time that game would start or a game would be scheduled for them?
Yes.
And what time is that, John?
Typically 6 or 6:30 would be the normal time. I don't remember if it was a 6:30 start that night or.
Wow.
Actually, I think it was a 6:30 start, but typically 6 or 6:30.
So your daughter was
So
having a
sometime around
pregame.
6 or 6:30, you make your way over to the high school, is that correct?
That is correct.
And in that, I mean, was this a home game, a road game, if you recall?
That evening, it was a home game.
Do you recall anything about the game as far as who they were playing or if they won or anything like that?
Yes, it was. They were playing the town of Foxborough High School, and they did not win. They went into overtime and lost.
Now, with respect to your wife,
Everybody
Jennifer,
lost that night.
as the kids were growing up, what if anything, what if any relationship did she have as far as with respect to the kids in basketball?
It's grown as like the youth years. Jennifer was a basketball coach and coached throughout the years. Coached a couple of my daughters.
So she coached, and with respect to the daughter that was playing in the high school game that night, was that one of the daughters that she had coached?
Yes, that's correct.
Fair to assume she had also coached several of the girls that were on the varsity basketball team with your daughter, correct?
Yes, a few of them, yes.
Now, when you get to Canton High School to the basketball game, is there sort of a typical area where you would sit or people you would congregate with while
Seriously,
you're watching?
what in the world?
Yes, we'd sit up in the bleachers. Usually the
Objecting
parents from the home side
relevancy
would
to
tend to
any
sit
of
in the
this.
same area.
So you sit there, you watch the game, game is over, and then what is sort of the plan from there, or where do you go?
After the game, I drove my younger two daughters back home.
So your whole family was there for the game, is that correct?
My wife and my two younger daughters. My older daughter was there. She wasn't with us, but she was there as well.
She was a student at Canton High School at that time as well?
Yes, she was.
So she's sitting with the other students, is that correct?
Yes, I'm assuming. I don't recall where she sat, but most likely with the other students.
So you drove your two daughters home, and then where did you go from there?
After dropping my daughters off, my wife and I proceeded to the waterfall in Canton Center.
And do you recall what you were just in one vehicle when you left the house and went to the junction and went to the high school game, back to the house and to the waterfall? Was it the same vehicle?
Yes, we were in the same vehicle.
And do you recall what kind of vehicle it was or whose vehicle it was?
It was the family vehicle. It was my wife's vehicle. I don't know, what was it? I don't know if it was a Suburban or a Yukon. I forget which one, what brand it was.
Some kind of SUV, is it?
Yes, a large SUV.
And why did you go to the waterfall?
We went to the waterfall. My wife informed me that her sister was at the waterfall with her niece and a few other people, and we went to go meet them. My understanding, it was my nephew's birthday, either that day or the day after, and they were going to meet out at the waterfall for his birthday.
And just to be clear, as far as who we're talking about, your wife's sister, what's her name?
Nicole Albert.
And is Nicole married?
Yes, she is.
And what's her husband's name?
Brian Albert.
And the niece that you're talking about that was out there with your sister-in-law, what's her name?
Her name is Caitlin Albert.
And the nephew of yours whose birthday it was or was going to be, what's his name?
His name is Brian as well.
So essentially Brian Albert Jr., even if he's not.
Yes, I believe he's a junior, yes.
Now, with regard to the basketball parents and the other people that you had been with at the junction and then at the game, what, if any, communication was there amongst sort of the basketball parents that evening or any other?
Yeah, so we had a group text with the basketball parents, a handful of us, where after some of the games, we would meet up afterwards. This evening, I know Jen or I sent a text out saying where we were going, because we were obviously meeting her sister. And a few of the parents responded where they were going. We kind of split up, except for one couple decided to meet us at the waterfall out of that group text.
And the couple that decided to meet you at the waterfall, who were they?
That would be Nick and Karina Kolakisis.
When you arrive at the waterfall, you and your wife, do you recall where it was that you parked in relation to the waterfall?
Yes, if you're looking at the front door of the waterfall, we were parked in the parking lot down the left.
And the waterfall sort of shares its parking lot or its establishment with a condo complex, is that correct?
That is correct.
You parked somewhere in that parking lot?
Correct, I parked in the parking lot, yes.
And when you came into the waterfall, who, if anyone, did you see there and where did you go?
When we walked into the waterfall, we identified where Jen's sister and their party was sitting.
Where were they sitting in relation to the waterfall?
When you walk in the front door, I believe there's 3 long tables that are set up. They were in the third table, long table closest to the bar. across from, there was also a band. They were right across from a little band.
There was a live band there as well.
Yes, there was.
Prior to you and your wife entering into the waterfall, recall what, if anything, you did, or who, if anyone, you were talking to in the parking lot?
Yes, on the car ride from my house to the waterfall, and while I was in the parking lot, I was talking to a friend of mine on the phone.
And do you recall generally what the conversation was about?
Yes, I do.
What was it about?
It was about my daughter, my oldest daughter, Allie, who we mentioned. It was about her hockey team and her hockey coach. I was talking to one of the hockey coaches.
And when you were talking to this person, this is inside the car, is that correct?
That is correct.
And despite it being sort of a wife's car, was your phone hooked up to the speakers? Did you have a Bluetooth or anything like that?
I don't know if I connected mine to the Bluetooth or not. I don't recall if I was connected to the Bluetooth or not. I know my phone connects, so possibly. I don't know for sure if it was 100% connected that evening.
Now, with respect to it being your wife's car, is there, when both of you are in the car, is there sort of a default as to which of your phones would connect to the Bluetooth, yours versus hers?
If look at it that way, it would be my wife's because it was her car.
So the car would probably recognize her device over your device, correct?
That is correct.
Now,
actually, I started the call definitely on my phone because my kids were I was on the call for a while. So I think I had my kids still in the car when I was dropping them off. So I wouldn't have them listening to the call. So I must have been on, again, I don't remember, but I must have been listening on my, holding it in my hand.
And when you come into the waterfall, do you recall about what time that was?
I did 9 o'clock, give or take a couple minutes.
And again, you come over to a table closest to the bar, and who's in the group when you get there?
When we arrived, it was Nicole, Caitlin, Caitlin's boyfriend, Tristan, Chris Albert, and Julie Albert. We were also joined by Nick Kolakisis, who I mentioned. I just don't remember if Nick was already in or if Nick walked in right after me, but Nick and I we got there similar times. I just don't know if he was already sitting in the bar or standing there when I walked in, or if he came in right after. Oh, and Jen, obviously.
And to be clear, people that were with you at this high top table in this sort of group, either then that you're talking about or throughout the course of the evening, these were people that were either sort of family or friends of yours or your wife?
Oh, yes, that's correct. Yeah, family and friends, correct.
And so whether or not you and Mr. Kolakisis came in at the same time or slightly staggered, at some point he came in as well, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And with respect, obviously you were out and you were at a bar, correct?
Yes.
And from what you recall, you were drinking, and most, if not all, of the other people were drinking as well?
Yes, yeah, everybody at the table, to my recollection, was drinking.
And do you recall specifically what you were drinking on that night?
I do.
And what were you drinking?
I was drinking vodka with water and a splash of Crystal Light.
And is that something that you would normally drink?
No.
And why were you drinking that on that?
I was in a diet competition with other people in the town, so I was trying to stay away from any beer, which would be what I typically would drink.
And as far as your observations of the other people there throughout the course of the night, did you note anyone in your group, either at that time or subsequent in the night, to be sort of overly intoxicated or drunk or anything like that?
No.
And as far as the other people in your group, as far as drinking was concerned, at that time or any time later in the night, was their drinking sort of commensurate with the amount that you were drinking?
I wasn't paying attention to see who was drinking, how much they were drinking. You know, I don't even know how many I had. Maybe at least 3, maybe 5. You know, I don't know for sure. You know,
It's
but give or take something
unfucking
there. But
believable
again, I
right
wasn't
now.
paying attention to see if anybody was drinking faster than somebody else or et cetera.
And in that sense, sort of how long were you at the waterfall that night?
Got there at 9 and left a little after 12, so a little over 3 hours.
So roughly 9 o'clock to about midnight or so, correct?
Yes, a little. I recall leaving a little after midnight. Correct.
Okay, Daddy.
Now, the initial group that you walked over to around the time that you got there, did that group expand or contract? Did people come or leave? Or can you explain sort of the order of that over the course of the year?
Yes. Shortly after we settled in, Nick's wife showed up. Could have been 15, 20 minutes. I don't remember the exact time, but Nick's wife, Karina, came. And give or take 45 minutes, an hour after that, Brian Albert Sr. and Brian Higgins showed up. And
Together.
around 11-ish, give or take, I don't know the exact time, Karen Reed and John O'Keefe showed up as well.
Let me ask you a little bit about some of those other, but let me ask first about, as far as Caitlin's boyfriend, Mr. Morris, how long was he there then?
I don't recall how long he was there. I do know he left. He had mentioned something about working that evening. There was obviously a snowstorm coming in that evening, and he had mentioned that he was going to go home for a little bit before he had to go out and, I don't know if he was plowing or shoveling or doing something, but he was going to be going out that evening to plow, I believe.
And Christopher Albert and Brian Albert, they're brothers, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And Christopher Albert's wife is Julie Albert, is that correct?
Yes.
And she is also friends with your wife, Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Yes.
And been so for years, as far as you know?
As far as I know, yes, they've been friends for years.
Now, you mentioned someone by the name of Brian Higgins. Did you know Brian Higgins prior to that evening?
Yes.
And how did you know him?
I had met Brian a few times, social settings. I recall meeting him at the Junction one evening. I believe I met him at a graduation party. I don't know how many times I met Brian, but I met him maybe 3, 4 times. I don't know exactly how many. So I knew who he was.
You knew who he was as far as he was friends or friendly with your brother-in-law, Brian Albert, correct?
Yes.
And that's how you knew him, was through Brian Albert?
Yes.
And do you know where Brian Albert Sr. and Brian Higgins had been prior to them coming to the waterfall?
Yes, I was informed that they were in New York, coming back from New York from a funeral of a New York police officer.
And both of them, as far as you knew, Brian Albert Sr. and Brian Higgins, they were in law enforcement, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that at some point around 11 or so, John O'Keefe and Karen Reed came into the waterfall, correct?
Yes.
And just to be clear, when you speak of Karen Reed, that's someone that you had met prior to this evening as well?
Yes, that's correct.
And clarity purposes for the record, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Could you just describe as to where she's seated or an article of clothing?
She is seated at the table with her attorneys. You want me to describe her clothing?
If you could.
Black. I don't know, sweater, I'm not sure, dress.
Yes.
Let me tell you what
with regard to Mr. O'Keefe first, how was it that you knew Mr. O'Keefe?
I've met John O'Keefe when he started to be the caretaker for his niece and nephew after their parents had passed.
And specifically, you're referring to Patrick and Kaylee Furbush, is that correct?
That is correct.
Their mother and father tragically passed away, and Mr. O'Keefe then became their guardian, correct?
That is correct.
And when you met Mr. O'Keefe, is that when you were living at the house on Sutcliffe?
Yes.
And where was that house in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe initially lived with his niece and nephew?
Couple hundred yards, two different streets, the neighborhood with multiple streets. My house was on Sutcliffe, drive down Sutcliffe, maybe pass 1, 2, 3, 4 houses, took a right, and that was John. That was the street that the kids lived on, maybe 4 houses up on the right.
And with reference to, you mentioned that you had 4 daughters, is that correct?
Yes.
And were any of your daughters around the same age as John's niece, Kate?
Yes, my third daughter is the same age, same grade as Kaylee.
And about this time that John had moved in his house, close to the house you were living on Sutcliffe, about how old was your daughter and his niece, Kate?
Ooh, I believe it was kindergarten. How old would you be in kindergarten?
Kindergarten!
7?
Kindergarten! I'm
I
dead.
think kindergarten.
Kindergarten!
Okay. Fair to say they were very young, correct?
Yes.
And with reference to the kids, what, if any, beyond sort of being neighbors, what, if any, relationship did either you or your wife have with regard to Mr. O'Keefe and specifically his niece and nephew?
I'm sorry. This the door. I was trying to. No, the door was shaking, so I couldn't hear the end of it.
So around that time when Mr. O'Keefe moved in with his niece and nephew, he took over guardianship of that.
Yes.
What, if any, relationship beyond being neighbors did yourself and or your wife have with respect to Mr. O'Keefe and the kids?
Oh, yeah, we had a good relationship, especially my wife. She was having the kids the same age, Kaylee, and my daughter. She was very involved with helping him out, whether it's rides to various events. Throughout those years, I'd also coached Kaylee myself a couple times in soccer, and my wife also coached her in basketball. So play dates, things of that nature. Various times would go out with John, where he would meet up somewhere where we were. So a friendly relationship where, John was, in essence, acting as a mother and a father. And so you do a lot of communicating through my wife in regards to needing help and things of that nature.
And in particular, his niece Kaylee and your daughter, who was around the same age, were they friends?
Yes, they were friends.
And about how close were they, particularly around that younger age?
They were very close in the young age. Kaylee would spend a lot of time at our house, spend a lot of time sleeping over. So they were very close.
And Kaylee in particular, was she, how close was she with your wife, Jen?
Kaylee was close with Jen. Kaylee was mature, well beyond the other girls in regards to she was bright, and she was very articulate. So she could have conversations with the adults much better than the other kids. Having 4 girls, she's a bright kid.
She still is,
Now,
she's still
at some
alive.
point, Mr. O'Keefe and the kids moved from that house, and you also moved from the house on Sutcliffe, correct?
That is correct.
And do you recall the order of that? Was it you that moved first, or they that moved first?
I'm pretty sure I moved first. Yes.
And about how far away from the house on Sutcliffe was your new house?
It's right up the street, driving in a car, 2 minutes. I don't know, mile and a half. I'm not sure the exact distance, but not far away.
And where did John and the kids move?
They moved a little further away from, they're probably a couple miles away, 2.5, 3 miles. I don't know the exact distance. Not far. That side of town, everything's fairly close.
And specifically, they moved to a house on Meadows Avenue, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And the nature of your relationship, and you and your wife's relationship with John and the kids and your daughter and Kaylee, did that sort of continue throughout after each of you moved from the original neighborhood?
Yes.
Now, with respect to
Lally,
defendant,
get
Ms.
it
Reed,
going.
when was it that you first met her?
COVID 2020. We met her summertime of, I think it was the COVID year. I think it was 2020 summer.
Can you recall the circumstances of that or how you came to meet her at that time?
Yes, I do.
Can you explain to the jury what were the circumstances? Where did you meet her?
John had reached out to my wife, Jen. It was on a Saturday. I don't know if they connected that Saturday or the Friday, but they connected. John asked if he could come by the house with the kids. We have a pool, so he wanted to come by with the kids swimming and wanted to introduce Karen to us. Specifically wanted to introduce Karen to my wife, Jen.
You know why that was?
Yes, because they were dating, and he informed my wife that Karen had MS, and my wife has MS. So he thought it'd be good for the two of them to get to know each other, could have conversations with each other, obviously both suffering from MS.
How long has your wife suffered from MS?
Oh my God.
I'm going to say, I think she's been suffering for a while, but I'm going to say her diagnosis, maybe 9 years. I don't remember the exact date. I'm going to say about 9 years.
Okay.
And so, Mr. O'Keefe, Ms. Reed, the defendant, and the two children came over the house that day. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And about how often did you see Ms. Reed from that summer of 2020 until about the time of January 2022?
I would see her. There was a couple other times that John and Karen came by the house with the kids, and also see her at sporting events, whether it was soccer, whether it was basketball. Would see her at events, whether it was practices, picking somebody up. I would see Karen around.
And as far as you knew, or what, if anything?
This goes to show like they have no reason to
let me
dislike
ask you,
Karen.
as far as your relationship with
We didn't
Mr.
set
O'Keefe,
Karen up.
This
is what that's going for, in my
someone he was
opinion.
dating or what was going on with someone he was dating's relationship? Is that the kind of thing that the two of you would discuss?
You're asking John and I if he would do? No, John and I don't recall ever having any conversations about his relationships with me directly.
And that applies to the defendant, Ms. Reed, and it applies to any other relationship you had while you were friends, correct?
Correct.
Now, turning your attention back to the waterfall on the evening of the 28th, when Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant come in, where is it that they went in relation to the group at the high top?
They came in and immediately made contact with us, walked right over to our table.
And when they came over to the table, what if anything happened when they came over to the table?
Shaking hands, hugging. How you guys doing? Good to see you. Typical meet and greet when you see somebody that you're friends with.
And if you recall, was there a particular sort of side of the table or where were you situated in relation to the table, and who, if anyone, was situated around you?
Yes, if I was to be looking at the table, long table, I spent most of the time at the end of the table, kind of in the corner on the right side. Nick Kolakisis was right next to me. There was a wall. It's kind of thin. The table ends. There's a little space and there's a wall right behind you. Nick was there. I was there. Jen, Karina were on this side most of the time. Brian and Brian were on the opposite side of the table, my recollection. I mean, there was obviously some movement around, but I spent most of the time, again, if the table's coming across, standing on the end. I did sit down for a little bit, if I recall, but definitely on the edge of the long table.
Is it fair to say the Kolakisis didn't really know anybody at the table besides yourself and your wife?
Fair to say. They obviously knew who John was. They have a daughter as well, the same age as Kaylee. I don't know if they hung out with them, but fair to say that obviously it was my family and was there, Jen's family. So yes, I'd say in general, correct. You get water.
This guy needs to be an actor. I'm gonna get a water.
Now, sir, if I could ask, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, do you recall anything about what he was wearing that night?
I recall it, a baseball cap, and he tends to brim it over a little bit, and shirt and jeans. I don't know exactly what he was wearing.
Do you recall seeing him at any point in time with any kind of winter coat or heavy coat or anything like that?
Not that I recall. If he had one on, he had one on. I don't recall it.
And as far as his person, his features, what you could see, what, if any, injuries did you observe on him at that time?
I did not see any injuries.
And do you recall what John was drinking that night?
I believe he's drinking Bud Light beer.
Is that pretty typical for him?
Majority of times I saw John, yes, he was drinking Bud Light. I do recall when he came to my house for that first meet, he was drinking Bud Light Limes, which I thought was interesting, but it was at a pool, and maybe it was a summer drink for him. I'm not sure.
Fair enough.
I think I gave him a hard time.
I think I gave him a hard time.
Now, with reference to Miss Reed that night, what, if anything, did you observe her to be drinking or have with her?
She was drinking a clear liquid. I just assumed it was a vodka soda or vodka something.
And as far as the absent the Crystal Light, which I'll leave that alone for now, but absent the Crystal Light, was it similar to the drink that you were having that night?
Yes, could have been vodka water. Exactly, I don't know.
Now, do you know where the two of them, being Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, do you know where they had come from prior to coming into the waterfall?
John had said they were came over from across the street from CF McCarthy's.
Now, let me ask you, as far as you were going to the waterfall, or your understanding was that it was your nephew, Brian Albert Jr.'s birthday, correct?
Yes.
And was he at the waterfall any time that you were there?
No.
And at some point, did you learn where he was?
Yes, I learned he was still home.
And was there any conversation, or do you know why he was still home?
My understanding is I thought we were waiting for him. He never showed up. My understanding was he chose to stay home. I had a couple friends over the house.
Now, from the time that you were in, the waterfall, how would you describe sort of the mood or the demeanor of sort of the group at large?
Everybody was just having a good time, hanging out, socializing, talking. As I said, there was a live band playing for a little bit, and just a normal evening.
And as far as the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe are concerned, from what you could see or your observations, was there any sort of fighting or arguing or anything like that that you observed between the two of them over the course of the evening at the waterfall?
No, I did not.
Come on, you can do it. You can do it, Lally. Come on.
You mentioned that you had left the waterfall sometime after midnight. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And before we get to that, over the course of the evening at the waterfall, did you have occasion to have conversation with either Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And would that be both?
Yes.
And starting with Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, conversation, generally speaking, do you recall having with Mr. O'Keefe that evening?
I believe that night I think that night he was out because Kaylee, maybe they just got the acceptance from Kaylee. He was excited about her acceptance to school, Bishop Fian, a local high school.
And that was something that you were aware of that you applied for to get into that school, correct?
Yes.
And with respect to Ms. Reed, what, if any, conversations you recall in regard to her?
Normal conversation. She, hi, how you doing? Good to see you. She made a reference to myself asking how Jen and I do it. And I said, she was talking about with the 4 girls. How do we do it? How do you raise the 4 girls? You guys look happy. And I actually joked to her. I said, well, we're at a bar. Considering, it's obviously any marriage will tell you you have your ups and downs. But brief, conversational, nothing of any substance. Just good to see you.
Now, this time that you're talking about that you're leaving shortly after midnight, is that around the time that sort of the bar was winding down for the evening?
Yes.
The band that had been playing before, were they still playing, or had they?
No, they had stopped earlier, before 12. I don't remember the exact time, but they definitely stopped earlier. There were some people there, but our table was definitely the last table to wrap it up. Well, some people left before me, but the band was packing up packing up all their equipment.
And so in that vein, if you recall, can you tell the jury sort of the order of people from your group and when they left and things of that?
Yes. So Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, and Nicole were packed up, leaving before us. Then my wife, Karen, Karina, John and Chris, they started leaving before us. I think John was delayed, but they walked out, and Nick and I were the last 2 at the table. I recall us picking up some of the empty glasses and beer bottles, and because I said the bar was right behind us, so I recall picking up the glasses and some of the bottles and bring them to the bar, as well as a couple of the members of the band were sitting on the edge of the bar, and just some brief conversation with them. Good job, guys coming back, things of that nature. And then Nick and I walked out.
Now, over the course of the evening at the waterfall, while you were there, what, if any, conversation was had amongst the group in regard to any plans or where to next, or where people were going after the waterfall?
Yes. As mentioned, we thought we were going to meet my nephew. He didn't come out. Found out he had a few friends at the house. When Brian and Nicole were leaving, they had mentioned that Brian was at the house with a couple friends, and we were welcome to come back and have a celebratory drink for his birthday. So he had extended an invite to the table, like, hey, who's ever around wants to come back, you're welcome.
So that was sort of extended to the entirety of the group, is that correct?
That is correct.
And so what was your understanding, at least as far as your plan, you and your wife, Jennifer, when you were leaving the waterfall?
That we'd be stopping by Brian and Nicole's house.
And so prior to that discussion regarding stopping by your brother-in-law Brian Albert's house, what, if any, discussion was there in regard to your to his brother Christopher Albert? Let me ask you, what, if any, other discussion other than going to your brother-in-law Brian Albert's house was there at the table in regard to places to go after?
Yes. There was discussion about going to D&E Pizza. That's a pizza sub shop that Chris Albert owns in Canton Center, which is 100 yards, whatever, across the street from the waterfall.
And can you describe sort of what was the substance of that discussion and who was involved in that discussion?
Yes, the discussion is we've done that in the past where we've wrapped up for the night. We've gone over there and turned the ovens on and have made some pizza. In this particular instance, Karen had asked if we could do that. She wanted to go to D&E. She wanted to make pizza. Chris and I were adamant that we were not going to D&E because we were on this diet and we were not going to go subject ourselves to late night pizza. So we said no, we're not going to D&E. Though we had conversations Karen wanted to go, but we kept saying, no, we're not going to go.
When you say you kept saying, was that something that the defendant raised once or more than once?
More than once.
Now, when you leave, you and Mr. Kolokitis, and you walk out of the waterfall, you go to your car in the parking lot, is that right?
Yeah, yes, that's correct.
And again, by your car, I mean your wife Jennifer's car, is that right?
Yes.
And where was she in relation to the car when you get there?
She was already in the car.
So let me ask you, as far as where was she seated within the?
Oh, sorry. She was in the driver's seat.
So you get in the front passenger side, is that right?
That's correct.
And when you get into the car, what, if any, communication did you become aware of between your wife and Mr. O'Keefe?
When I got into the vehicle, my wife received a text from John, and it said, "Where to?" I think he was looking for the address. I told my wife we were starting to drive out of the parking lot. I told her just call him instead of texting him back.
Rather than text while she's driving, you would.
This is different than his police
Correct.
report.
And did she call him?
She did.
And with respect to that Bluetooth that we were discussing earlier within the car, this call from your wife Jennifer to John O'Keefe, was that using the Bluetooth technology?
I'm assuming it was. I don't recall, but I knew he was on the phone asking what the address was.
Let me ask you this: could you hear both sides of the conversation?
I could hear him. Yes.
So you heard your wife talking and you heard John talking, correct?
Yes.
And as far as that communication with reference to where to or where to go, or the
This is where it's going to get good.
describe to the jury sort of what that conversation was.
Conversation was the address, 34 Fairview. And I actually was definitely mumbling stuff from my seat saying, come out, take a right, take a left on Sherman and 34 Fairview. And that was that initial call, was just giving him the address and telling him to Sherman's easiest way.
And so when you say that initial call, was there a subsequent call while you were still en route to 34 Fairview?
Yes, there was a call a few minutes later. Somehow, I don't know why, but somehow they didn't know where the house was. I recall, again, my assumption would be they'd come from Sherman, from Chapman Street. My wife referenced a friend of Kaylee's who lives off of Fairview. We said, "Well, you know where this child lives?" He said, "Yes." "Okay." Drive past her street and the house will come up on the left.
And the friend of Kaylee's, what was her name?
Her name is Bella.
So someone, do you recall whether it was you or your wife that made reference to Bella's house?
I think we both did. I think I said it, and then I think my wife repeated it.
And that was someone, the Bella child was someone who was friends with both your daughter and with Kaylee, is that correct?
Yes.
Around the same age?
Exact, same age, same grade.
Now, when you were talking on this second conversation, again, you could hear both sides of the conversation, is that right?
That's correct.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe's side of the conversation, what, if anything, would you say as far as who was coming or who he was with at the time?
He didn't make any reference to, you're asking if he made reference of anybody else? Is that what you're asking?
What I'm asking is when he was saying as far as looking for the house, was he?
Oh, we're on our way. Okay, great, we're on our way.
And from, obviously, the earlier interaction that you had with him and him saying we, what did you infer that we to be?
Karen.
And at any point in time during the conversation that you had where you were hearing both sides, did you hear Miss Reed in the background at any point?
I do not recall hearing Miss Reed, no.
Now, about how far a drive is it, or how long a drive is it roughly from the waterfall to 34 Fairview?
The way I would go, 4 minutes, give or take, 5 minutes. there's multiple ways, but depends on how you go, I guess.
And the way that you go, as far as what you're talking about, is that your recollection of how or where your wife drove that night?
Yes.
Now, as far as when you arrive at the house, where did your wife park the vehicle in relation?
This is important.
She pulled the vehicle into the driveway.
And you're obviously familiar with the address or the residence at 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes, I am.
Been there several times before this evening.
Yes, I have.
And essentially, there's two garage doors on the house. There's one on the left, one on the right. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall whether or not your wife parked on the left side of the driveway or the right side?
I believe it was the left, but the driveway is fairly wide. It kind of widens out, not just the two doors. So I don't know if she was right on the left where where the walkway is, or if she was, one kind of more in the middle. Because that driveway, you could pull up even on the right of her, but somewhere, I don't know exactly, but she pulled into the driveway.
So she pulls in the driveway, she parks, you guys go in the house, correct?
Yes.
When you get inside the house, who, if anyone, you observe there?
When we entered the house, we observed Caitlin, Brian Jr. Brian had two friends there, Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson, Brian Higgins, and Brian Albert Sr.
And where?
Did I say Nicole? Nicole, I don't know if I said Nicole.
And where in the house were they situated?
When I recall, everybody was congregated when you walk in the front door, to your right, there's a table, and then there's an open floor where it goes right to the kitchen and the room with the table. They just flow into each other. So people are surrounding either the island in the kitchen and or the table area.
And from your recollection, is that essentially where people mainly congregated throughout the course of the night that you were there?
Yes.
And about how long a period of time were you there at 34 Fairview that night?
Got there, I'd say a little over an hour. No, got there about 12:20-ish. Left 1:40, 1:40. I don't know the exact time, 1:40, 1:45-ish. So.
You got there somewhere closer to 12:30 and you left somewhere closer to about 1:45, 2 a.m. Is that correct?
Got there about 12:20, give or take, and then, left about 1:40, 1:45. I don't know the specific time, but somewhere around there.
And similar to the question I asked you about the waterfall, as far as how would you describe sort of the mood or the demeanor of the group in the house when you got there?
Everybody was hanging out. I know Julie was excited. We just showed up. Good to see us. Brian, excited that we came by. Normal.
So,
Julie was excited?
No tension, no arguments, nothing like that while you were at the house?
No.
Do you recall sort of what you were doing while you were at the house? Or what the group was doing?
It kind of hanging out, talking, sitting around the table, engaging. Music was on. Just having a good time, just hanging out, talking, enjoying each other's company. I do recall my wife put on a foolish video that she wanted to show the kids at the table. But other than that, just socially hanging out with each other.
The foolish video that you're talking about, do you recall what that was?
Yes.
And can you describe that to the jury?
It was a video for the song "It's Raining Men."
And you recall, generally speaking, what was in the video? Why it was a foolish video, as you described?
Well, it's in the family. It's one of Jen's sisters had put on a show before with an umbrella. So at some point, my wife came across this video, and it was people just dancing around. So she was showing my niece and my nephew and the friends the video so they could see. We're kind of picking on my sister-in-law.
All you guys do is pick on each other. Pick.
You have another nephew by the name of. I'm sorry. Are you familiar? You mentioned that earlier at the waterfall, there was Christopher and Julie Albert, is that right?
Yes.
Familiar with them, your wife is friends with Julie, correct?
Yes.
And you know their children as well, is that right?
Yes, I do.
And specifically, you know their middle child, Colin?
Yes.
And at any point in time in the evening when you were there at 34 Fairview Road, was Colin Albert there at any point?
No, he was not.
You didn't see him that night at all?
Never saw him.
And obviously, you know your daughter, your oldest daughter, Allie, correct?
Yes, I do.
And at any point in time when you were at 34 Fairview, did you see her or vehicle or anything? Did you have any knowledge that your daughter, Allie, was there at the time that you were there?
No, she was not.
She wasn't there, you didn't see her there, you didn't know if she had been there before you or anything like that?
Correct. Correct.
Now, turning back into the house, as far as the group that you were with, was there any point in time that anyone from that group left that sort of general area of the dining room and the kitchen that you recall?
We were in that room. There's a room right next to the kitchen with the doorway that you can walk through. I was seated at the table, but you could walk through the doorway. You know, I know Julie Nagel went into that room because she was looking out the door. And other people could have walked in and out of that room. It's right there, right next to us.
At any point in time over the course of that evening, did you see anybody sort of go upstairs or downstairs to the basement or anywhere else but that general area of those three rooms in the home?
I did not see anybody.
Now, at some point, you mentioned that Julie Nagel was looking outside for something. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
How long was that in reference to after you arrived and then when that happened?
Again, I don't know the exact time. I'm going to say could have been 3 minutes, could have been 5 minutes, somewhere in that vicinity. We arrived, said hello, good to see everybody. And shortly after, she had mentioned that her brother was there to pick her up.
So she's so excited for you guys to
Now,
be
as
there,
far
and then
as
she's just
the,
going to leave.
Levinson and Miss Nagel, they were friends of your nephew, Brian Albert Jr., is that right?
That's correct.
And did you know them at all at that time, you know, when you arrived there on the 28th?
Miss Levinson, I did not know. First time I met her. I definitely had met Julie before. She had, Brian and her hang out. So I definitely met her. I think she's been to I don't know if it was previous to this or after this, but Julie has, helped my nephew Brian, when we go on vacation. We have a dog, and Brian would usually be the go-to to, let the dog out, et cetera. And I know Julie has helped him. I just don't know if that was previous to that or after. But I definitely met Julie before, yes.
You had met her before, but essentially met her as a friend of your nephew's, correct?
Yes.
Not someone that you knew particularly well, is that fair to say?
Correct. Didn't know her well.
So after about 3 to 5 minutes or so after you arrived, you observed Ms. Nagel looking outside, correct?
Yes. She was going out the door, correct.
And do you know why she was going out the door?
She said her brother was there to pick her up, but she didn't want to leave.
And at any point in time, did either yourself or your wife extend an offer to either Ms. Nagel or Ms. Levinson or both in regard to getting home?
Yes. We informed, my wife informed them that if they wanted to stay because we just got there, we would be more than willing to drive them home.
And fair to say at this point in time, you didn't even know where Ms. Levinson or Ms. Nagel lived, is that correct?
No idea.
You didn't really know what you signed up for as far as traveling home, is that correct?
Oh, Canton's not that big of a town, so I wasn't too scared. But yeah, I didn't know exactly where they live. I knew they were from Canton.
Now, at some point when Ms. Nagel goes outside, what, if anything, drew your attention to the outside of the house?
When she went outside or when she was opening the door, her or somebody referenced that there was another vehicle out front.
And so upon hearing that, where did you go?
Upon hearing that, we just assumed that was obviously John and Karen. So I don't recall if I looked out the window first or looked out the door first, but I looked out to see the other vehicle out in front of the house.
And just to be clear, when you say window and when you say door, like which window and which?
Well, I was sitting at the table and right behind me is a window. Or if I stood up and took 5 steps, there's the front door of the house. So again,
In addition to sort of the regular front door, is there like a storm door or something that you would have been able to see through? Is that?
that would be the front door, I would call the storm door. That yes, I could see out the front. There's another door. If you're looking at the house, is your front door, windows, and then there's another door. Julie looked out or went out through that door. I either looked out the window or walked over to the front door, which would be the opposite door.
Regardless if you looked out the window or you looked out the storm door or the front door, when you looked out, what if anything did you see?
I noticed the big SUV parked in front of the house.
And do you know what color the SUV was?
At the time, it was dark. I didn't know if it was a black SUV, a dark green, or dark blue, but it was a dark SUV.
And at the time, were you familiar with either or both of the vehicles of Mr. O'Keefe and or the defendant, Mr. Reed?
Yes, I knew Karen drove a dark SUV. I didn't know the make and model. I just knew she drove a dark SUV. I'd seen it at pickup and things of that nature.
And did you know what kind of vehicle that Mr. O'Keefe drove around that time?
I think he had a smaller SUV. I don't remember the make.
Remember what
He
color?
had no, I don't remember the color of his SUV. He had another car too that he drove around. I remember that. That's about it.
And when you're looking out from either the window or the door, where was the dark SUV in relation to the house?
If you came out that front door, pretty much right in front of the house, parked in front of the house.
Now, you mentioned that Ms. Nagel had left the house through the other door and gone outside. Is that right?
That's correct.
When you looked out, could you see Ms. Nagel or where she had gone?
No, there was another vehicle, again, coming out the front door. If you go to the left, there's a driveway. There was another vehicle over there. I don't know if it was on the street facing this way, if it was pulled in. I just looked out the front door and noticed the car to be like, oh, that's John. That was my focus. I didn't look for Julie.
As far as the other vehicle, did you observe at least enough to know whether or not it was behind the dark SUV, in front of the dark SUV, or something else?
Yeah, it was to the left. It was equivalent to where the driveway was. And then after the end of the driveway, there was a Jeep. And after the Jeep was the SUV, the dark SUV.
The Jeep.
And with respect to,
Yes!
just from your perspective, you're looking out, so the driveway would have been to your left, is that right?
Correct.
Are you familiar with any other sort of landmarks or anything else in the front yard area of your brother-in-law's house?
Yes. So you look out, the driveway's to the left. If you look to the right, there is an island of like maybe rhododendrons, something, bushes. There's a flagpole. Right there, there's a utility. I believe it's a green utility box. I'm assuming it's utility, kind of on the edge. There's a fire hydrant. All that stuff was to the right side of the looking out the front door.
Now, after you look out this initial time and you see this dark SUV sort of right in front of the door, was that the only time that you looked out, or did you look out on subsequent occasions?
Nope. I looked out again because it'd been a few minutes. Again, 2, 3, 4 minutes. I'm not sure how long, but it'd been a few minutes, and we thought it was weird they hadn't come into the house. Looked out and saw the SUV again.
And when you looked out for the second time, where was the SUV in relation to where it was the first time?
The SUV had moved up the road from the front of the house. It went from spot A to spot B. Now is further up, more in sync of where the again the flagpole, the utility box, more in sync with that. It had moved up the road. Thought it was weird that they hadn't come in.
Now, as far as the times that you're looking out, did you happen to make any note of sort of, let me ask you this, taking you back to the waterfall just for a second. When you were driving, or your wife was driving from the waterfall to 34 Fairview, what, if anything, did you observe as far as what was the weather?
The snow had started to fall.
And at that initial time that you're going from the waterfall to Fairview Roads, was it sticking to the pavement or anything at that point?
I believe there was a dusting. It was definitely falling. I don't think it was on like the main roads, but definitely a dusting of snow was falling. Correct.
And from that time after you arrived at the house and shortly thereafter, when you observed this dark SUV out in front of the house, had that changed at all as far as the accumulation or sticking to the pavement, roadway, grass, anything like that that you saw?
Yes. At some point, at least on their road in their grass, you could see the snow had started to, it definitely was sticking on that road.
Now, you observe it initially in front of the door, then about 3 or 4 minutes later, you observe it further up towards the flagpole, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And each of these times, you're not just standing at the door or standing at the window, staring out the entire time, correct?
No, just looking out, being like, what the hell are they doing? And going back to my seat.
And at other than those 2 times that you've already testified about, was there any subsequent times after that?
Yes, I definitely looked out a third time out the door.
And the third time that you looked out the door, where was the dark SUV in relation to where it had been the second time?
It had now proceeded further up the road, past the flagpole, past the utility box, past the fire hydrant, more in line with between the yards. I believe there's bushes and trees that separate the Alberts residence to the next residence. So it was actually past the Alberts residence and a little further up. I'd say more on the edge of the property line of the, if you're looking out of the neighbors to their right, if I'm looking out of their house.
Now, this distance between the second time that you saw it and the third time that you saw it, do you have any idea about how much distance that was or how many feet?
Hey, I'd be guessing 30, 40 feet. I don't know. I have no idea. I'd have to measure it.
Now, with respect to the snow that had fallen on the ground, as far as the vehicle was concerned, it moves from one point to the second point to the third point. Do you observe any sort of tire marks or anything in the snow out on the road when you looked out?
Yes, I did.
And the tire marks that you observed, did they essentially lead up to the back tires of the dark SUV that you saw out there?
At some point, I looked out and noticed tire marks that would have started before the Jeep. So if the Jeep was here, so where it's just a weird, like a wave. It was a weird wave in the road. You could see the tire marks.
And was that before or after? So at some point, Ms. Nagel goes out to some other vehicle and then comes back inside the house, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You know about how long she was outside of the house for?
I'd be guessing a minute. I'm not sure.
Not terribly long time.
No, not at all.
And so the time that you observed this sort of abnormality in the tire marks that you see out there, was that before or after she had come back inside the house?
That would have been after.
So you don't know if that was from the dark SUV or whatever vehicle she had met. You have no idea.
Objection.
You're a liar.
No, can you answer that? Well, the form of the question, it's sustained.
You know which vehicle left those abnormal tire marks you saw?
Based off of where the tire marks were, they came off the curb. My assumption was it was the SUV.
I withdraw.
Okay,
I heard the answer, I withdraw.
okay.
But you don't know, correct?
No, I didn't see the no.
And that was my next point. As far as when you saw the vehicle, as far as each of those 3 times, it was stationary each time you saw it, correct?
The first 2 times, definitely stationary. The third time looked stationary. If it was going a half mile per hour, I'm not sure, but it was further up the road. It looked to me it was stationary, but like I said, if for some reason it was moving, it could have been moving. But
Now, each time that you saw the vehicle, was it in the same sort of position with respect to the house? By that, I mean, as far as was it on the Alberts, was it on the 34 Fairview side of the road or the other side, or where was it positioned with respect to the road?
yes, same position, parked parallel to the Alberts house, heading forward as if you were going to leave Fairview to head up to Chapman Street, heading away from the house.
And so each time that you observed the vehicle, you were looking at sort of the passenger side of that vehicle, correct?
That is correct.
And at any point in time, either of these three occasions that you observed the vehicle, did you see anybody outside of it?
I did not.
Did you see any footprints around the vehicle or leading away from the vehicle or across the yard or anything like that?
I did not.
And did you, were you able to see inside of the vehicle from where you were, either from the window or from the storm door or the front door?
I could not, or I did not see anything inside.
And further to that point, at any point in time that you observed this vehicle in front of the house, you see any sort of interior lights on inside the vehicle?
Not that I noticed.
Now, you saw it at point 1, point 2, point 3. Were there any other times that you looked outside?
I'm assuming I looked out because at some point the vehicle was gone. So I must have looked out one more time because there was no vehicle there anymore. And again, I don't know if I just peeked out the window and said, oh, they left. Again, we didn't know where they were.
And do you know whether or not there had been any attempt at communication by anyone in the house to Mr. O'Keefe at any point?
Yes.
And who was doing that?
My wife was trying to communicate with John, let him know that let him know he's here.
I'm going to let that stand.
And at any point, do you know whether or not Mr. O'Keefe communicated back to Ms. McKay while they were out front of the house? Objection.
Do you know? Not how you know, but do you know?
Do I know if Mr. O'Keefe communicated back to Jen? Is that the question?
That's my question.
No.
No, she did not, or no, you don't know?
Oh, no, sorry. No, she did not. Sorry.
I'll strike that.
Now, Ms. McCabe, with regard to this, from the first time that you sort of get up and either look out the window or look out the door and see it in front of the front door, to the time that you look out and see it for the third time, or let me ask you this, from the time that you see it in front of the door to the time that you see that there's no vehicle there anymore, you know how long a period of time that was?
I say at least 10 minutes, could be 12, 13, 14. I don't know the exact time, but it was out there for a little bit.
And so let me ask it this way, as far as from the first time to the second time, you testified it was about 3 or 4 or 5 minutes, somewhere in there, correct?
Correct.
Were the timing in between the times that you looked out, were they relatively consistent with each other?
Yes, they were.
So you look out 3 or 4 minutes, look out again, 3 or 4 minutes, look out again. Is that?
Yes, that would be in line. Correct.
And at some points around 1:45 or 2 a.m., somewhere in there is when you leave Fairview Road. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall who drove your wife's vehicle home that night?
I drove.
And who, if anyone else, was in the vehicle, and where were they seated within the vehicle when you left?
So we were driving Sarah Levinson and Julie Nagel home. They were in the back seat of the vehicle and my wife was in the passenger seat. I don't know who sat behind the passenger, who sat behind the driver, but they were in the back seats.
Your Honor, if at this time with the court's permission, I'd like to publish for the jury and for this witness exhibits 71, 72, and 73.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if I could have exhibit 71 first. And so, Mr. McCabe, on the desk in front of you, there should be a laser pointer there. If you just click that button and point at the screen, if what I or anyone asks you. First, just with reference to what's up on the screen at Exhibit 71, you recognize what that is, sir?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize?
34 Fairview.
And absence of the snowfall, obviously, is just essentially what the house looked like on that early morning of January 29th.
Yes, that's correct.
And if you could, with relation to the window first, and then the storm door that you were talking about, that you were looking out from the house, using the latest pointer, show the jury where that is.
Is that working? That would be the window. That'd be the storm door.
And with respect to the first placement, the first time that you look out and see the dark SUV in front of the house, is that visible in this photograph?
Wait, can you repeat that? Sorry.
First time that you look out and see the dark SUV in front of the house, is that position, is that visible in this photograph?
I'd probably catch the very back end because there was a Jeep parked right here, so it'd be right there.
The same spot that Nagel said he pulled up to. Boom, suck my motherfucking titties. The jury's seen it all.
What's up on the screen?
Yep.
So no photograph of the residence of 34 Fairview, is that correct?
You are
Yes.
trash.
If you could, using that laser pointer, could you show the jury or demonstrate to the jury where that vehicle was the first time that you saw it?
Say right about here, in this general area.
The second positioning that you were talking about, is that visible in this photograph?
No, it'd be further up the road.
So Ms. Gilman, if I could have Exhibit 73. Can you recognize what's depicted now in Exhibit 73?
Yes, I do.
That secondary position that you observed the vehicle in is visible in this photograph.
Yes, it is.
So if you could, sir, just direct the jury's attention to where about
About in this general area right here.
that. And the third positioning that you saw the vehicle in, can you describe where that was?
Yep, it'd be further up the road. I'd say give or take right there.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take it.
He's saying the Jeep moved all the way up there? Oh my God. They're trying to bury Higgins.
So, sir, you leave the residence of 34 Fairview. Do you recall, as far as the weather was concerned, what was the weather? What, if anything, had changed between the times that you had looked out and the time that you came out to go home?
The snow was starting to accumulate.
So the storm was starting to pick up a bit, is that correct?
That is correct.
And when you came out of the house, the vehicle was in the driveway, correct?
That's correct. Yep.
And again, if you could, you're driving, who else is in the car and where are they in the car?
I'm in the driver's seat. My wife is in the passenger seat, and Julie and Sarah are in the seats directly behind us.
Do you recall who was seated where?
I don't recall who was in what seat.
And you back out of the driveway and then you go, do you recall where you were going or who you were dropping off first?
Yes, I back out of the driveway and proceed, heading up towards Chapman Street.
And so with the passenger side of the wife's vehicle, would that be facing closest to 34 Fairview at the time that you're driving away from it?
Yes, that's correct.
And your testimony as far as the storm picking up a little bit, do you recall anything did you have to clear off the car or windshield wipers on or anything like that in reference to the weather?
Yes, I brushed the car off. I had to wipe the car off with my hand and clean off the windows before I pulled out of the driveway. And then obviously setting the windshield wipers as I was driving away.
Now, that area over where the secondary position that you observed that dark SUV in over by the flagpole, do you recall any sort of like street lighting or anything, ambient overhead lighting in that area?
I don't recall it, no.
As you're driving away from the house, do you recall whether or not was there any conversation or music playing or anything like that in the car as you're driving away?
Yeah, it was chitter chatter. You know, my wife was turned towards me, like turned in, talking to the girls behind me. I know at one point somebody was joking about, I don't know, peanut butter and jelly sandwich or something. Something about bread. I forget what it was. And then I drove up the street.
And as you were driving up the street and away from the residents of Fairview, what, if anything, did you observe abnormal on the side of the road? Were you looking at the side of the road?
I was not. I was focusing on the snow coming down, the windshield wipers, and driving up the street.
And fair to say you didn't see anything in the yard or anything like that?
That's correct.
So you drove each of the two young ladies home, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
You know about what time it was that you got home yourself?
I got home, give or take, somewhere between after 2:10, 2:15-ish. I don't know the exact time, but somewhere in that vicinity.
And when you got home, each of your four daughters, including Allie, were they all home at that point?
The kids were home, correct.
And when you arrive in the house, you and your wife, where did you see?
Well, first went in the kitchen. When we walked in, my wife proceeded upstairs before I did. I was in the kitchen for a few minutes and then went upstairs and went to bed.
And did your wife go to bed around the same time as you?
Yes, she might have already been laying in bed before I physically got in the bed, but yes.
And as far as when you fell asleep, was your wife still awake or had she already fallen asleep?
She was still awake. We were both awake. She actually wanted to watch a show, which I had no desire to watch, and she said I was going to bed. We talked a little bit about my younger daughter, about she was trying out for a basketball team, so we talked a little bit about that, and then that was it. I went to bed.
Turning your attention to the morning of the 29th. The morning of the 29th. You woke up at some point, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what, if anything, do you recall? Or what woke you up that morning?
I woke up to screams in my bedroom.
Or may we approach just briefly?
Okay.
I mean, I believe the reason that the defense is letting this with hardly any objections is because you want them to bury themselves. So he's giving this elaborate detail. The jury has already heard this timeline, numerous times, and nobody had seen a Jeep out there. None of those people have seen a Jeep out there. People are all sitting in the same chair. Everybody's sitting on the same lap. All right. I mean, this is just, if these jurors are truly paying attention, like we've been told that's happening in there, and you're writing down where everybody says that they were at, not everybody can be sitting in the same spot. You cannot just you cannot just lap each other. Brian Jr. was the first person asked where he was seated.
So we will send you home. Please make sure you follow those 3 cautions. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it. Let us know. Tomorrow's a full day. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you very much.
All rise for the court, please.
So let's see if they're going to do any talks in front of us without the jury present, or if it's going to be, I mean, I knew that it was a short day, really bad. She looks really, really tired. It's horrible. So they're at sidebar here. We're going to see what ends up happening. But if these jurors are taking notes, everybody can't be sitting in the same spot at the same time. Okay. Not the only reason that everybody would be around the window, okay, to be staring out the window or be like huddled up. Think about children at the recess when you're about to fight and everybody huddles up around something to witness something. Okay. That's when you huddle up and you get around something. Now, I still think that they should show this Matt McCabe something that he has to read up on the screen and make it so to see if he can see far away. Because seeing that house, okay, yeah, here, like that was so big, like you don't need glasses for that. To see tire tracks in the yard or where you are from the window during when it's snowing, and that you would even associate those tire marks with any of those vehicles versus somebody driving down the road is absurd. Is absolutely absurd. So I would make him have to read something, get it to where he needs to use cheater. Bev looks like she's grabbing her belongings.
Court, all rise.
Goodbye. Also, guys, we have the best thing. We have the best thing on your side right now, which is this. Every single person has testified, okay, that there was nothing there when they left. There's nothing there. So if there's not been one single person to say like, oh yeah, nobody saw a body laying. When did Karen Reed do this? Karen Reed was already gone. So all of these people are coming and going, and no one is saying that they would see that or miss it. And I'm telling you, if these jurors went to the house, which they did, you're not going to miss it. The jurors are going to be able to see that those pictures are so deceiving to all of us, but they were there. They know how small that yard is in the front, okay? You would have seen it, okay? And then if they didn't see it, then you have to think to yourselves, how hammered were all these people? Every single one of them testifying that they were drinking literally afternoon, day drinking, all the way until the night. I believe that he is going to get completely torn up on cross-examination, especially when it talks about this Jeep. Higgins made it there first. So if Higgins parked his Jeep blocking the driveway, then how'd you get your fat fucking ass in the driveway? If Higgins' Jeep is blocking the driveway, like how y'all said he parked, then how did you get there? Not everybody could park in the same spot, just like everybody can't be sitting on the same seat. I mean, you can, but that's really wacky family shit y'all are doing. So it's common sense. If John O'Keefe is not on the front lawn for any of these people to see, then where is John O'Keefe? Okay, John O'Keefe, and then once they get to hear the fact that, expert's going to testify that he registered 3 steps of stairs or 3 flights of stairs. Do you know what that's going to do to a jury? You tell me. Think about this. Here's data. John O'Keefe's phone, which was on him, registered 3 flights of stairs between 12:21 and 12:24. And what time did John O'Keefe get there? 12:21. And why is every single person in that house is saying they had eyes on the basement and nobody went down there? Nobody went down there. Wait, you guys are all looking out the window. You guys are all looking at the video that Jen McCabe's now playing for you guys. You guys are, the one guy's taking the dog up and bringing him down and letting him out, okay? Then you go to the bathroom, all right? So when the jury is going to hear and see and read, okay, that not all this data is going to be wrong. It's not going to be, oh, John's phone's off. Oh, Allie McCabe's Life 360's off. You understand that? That on that night, all of this shit's just off? Who's going to believe that? And you can't sit here and tell me that all of those jurors are going to be like, yep, all of this data is off and nobody saw him. Karen, all these people were coming and going at the same time that they arrived. Okay, you didn't hear somebody like zoom off and screech tires and and then you just got Matt McCabe saying, the car couldn't have been going but 1 mile, 1.5 miles an hour. Like he just said on the record that Karen's car, if it was moving up, went up 1.5. This dude had been drinking from the junction, Canton Junction, which is before. So you're telling me anytime that we did house meals and stuff like that, whoever was putting on the house meal back in high school and it was at their house, the parents were there. We didn't have team dinners and our parents were like, hey, we're going to all leave so these high school kids can throw a party for like their home team dinners. That's exactly what they did. Nobody was home. Like you rotate that. Like it's okay. It's our house this night and it's their house, like the seniors, and then it goes to the juniors. Hearing how, no, they thought they were the cool parents. They got the cool kids and we let our kids drink and they take pictures with us with solo cups. And that's what this is. This is they think the cool kids and the cool parents and, oh, we can go to my house. My parents don't care if we drink. And, oh, my parents aren't going to be home. They're going to be going out doing this. It's one thing that you know that your kid's going to do some stuff. You just make sure they're like smart about it. Like, hey, if you're drinking, you're calling me and I'm giving you a ride home. Okay? You're not going to be stupid. You're not going to get in a car with anybody else. Like, we will come get you. And you're not going to be in trouble. Like, because we don't want people dying. I don't want my kid not calling me because they had a couple drinks or they got into a car with a fucking idiot just because I'm not calling my parents, well, I'll ride with this person. For that man to know about a peanut butter and jelly story when he supposedly went back in to get his coat again, then he comes back out and he's wiping off the car and then he's like, yeah, everybody was leaned in. I'd be like, I have no idea. I don't remember that. If I had to give a story though right away, and I would say like, well, I have to. They questioned me, but they didn't ask me any of those questions back then, so I don't even remember that. Like this is scripted. This is 100% scripted. And I'll tell you this: Higgins was supposed to testify. He keeps getting bumped. Okay, so. When's Higgins going to testify? You guys, that Jeep wasn't there where they're saying it was. It may have been there, or maybe Higgins didn't even have his Jeep. Okay, maybe when they want to say, oh, he came with his different car. I don't know. Everybody testified that Higgins was there until he left to go do paperwork at the Canton Police Department at 1:30 in the morning. And it's like, who the heck goes out drinking? Who the heck just comes back from a funeral? They want to let loose. They just don't want to think about anything. And then I'm going to go to the Canton Police Department at 1:30 in the morning and start doing paperwork. You think people are going to believe this? All it takes is one person just to say, all right, we're not here to decide who killed John O'Keefe. We are here to decide, did Karen Reed commit murder? And y'all would look around each other and you would say, this is a shit show. And then if somebody wants to combat you and say, well, you think all these people are lying? I would say, were you guys not getting the hint? There was a different thing that they all had to testify at. What do you think that was for? Like, you don't think anybody's going to have the wherewithal to say that they had to testify at something else? There is no way that they went through voir dire like that and that Alan Jackson would allow dumbasses on this fucking jury. You need people that can follow A to B to C and connect some dots. They're not here to decide who killed John O'Keefe. They're here to decide if Karen Reed committed murder or manslaughter, whatever the options are they listed. And the answer is no way, no how. Because you have to, it has to be past the reasonable doubt test. And you can't just say to yourself, oh, well, let's not give it murder, but let's go ahead and do this. It's still passing beyond a reasonable doubt test for any charge when you're talking about the criminal aspects of things. And when the jury hears and sees that John O'Keefe registered 80 steps, that means he got out of the vehicle. He's out of the vehicle. 80 steps and 3 flights of stairs, all within that time frame. Okay? And then when the jury sees and hears that Jen McCabe Googled how long to die at 2:27, give me a break. Also, I want to know if you told John O'Keefe, hey, come in the side door, a lot of people don't think that that's the second, that there's like the second front door to the house. Okay? So come to the side door. I would think it's on the side of the house. I would not think it's a second front door. Just saying. So it's all just really, this is a half a day though. And I think that now we know exactly where Allie McCabe gets her, I have no problem lying on the stand. Her daddy just got up there and literally lied his fucking ass off. Literally was told to stick to the script. So. Notice Mr. McCabe never said that Julie tried to point out a black blob. Yeah, no. Yeah. I would ask him questions to be like, why do you have Life 360? Why do you even have that app? You live in such a small town. Your kids are so honest too. You don't need to keep tabs on your kid, right? Or did you have to get it because your kid was lying to you? Did you catch your kid lying? That's what I would go after. Why do you have Life 360? Isn't it true that you have Life 360 because you didn't trust where your kids were telling you that they were going, and so therefore you had them get on Life 360 because you had caught your daughter lying to you about what she was doing and where she was going? I'd ask him when he got Life 360. I'd ask him why he got it. Did you look at your Life 360 app the next morning and wonder why your daughter was driving around at 1:30 in the morning? We will be back later tonight. Join me tonight if you're following the Idaho 4 case. I'm taking all of your guys's, if you guys have the link, your questions. I don't know if you guys saw the end of the Cy-Ray video that I had you guys go and check. I hope you guys all saw what I saw, which was Cy-Ray calling out Jay is for justice. Oh, shit. I died. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Again, you guys rock. Thank you, mods. Thank you, everybody in chat. Friday, tomorrow, we pick up Matt McCabe. You guys know that Jen McCabe's next up? Do you guys know that we could be hearing from Jen McCabe tomorrow? Jen McCabe is supposed to be following Matt McCabe. If that's the case, we have Matt McCabe getting close to a cross-examination here, and then the next person to take the stand is Jen McCabe. It's just a matter of, so when we see Jen McCabe, Friday and Monday, how much is Matt going to take up of our Friday's a whole day tomorrow, so just letting you guys know, but rumor has it that Jen McCabe is up next after Matt McCabe. So get your popcorn out. Make it a day drinking. We're all day drinking for you now, Jen. Let's get down to the Canton Junction. Let's throw a party down there. All right, let's go. I tried to throw parties down there over those bars. They wouldn't have anything to do with it. They wouldn't open up early. They open up at 4 around in that area. And I said, well, if we're throwing a private party, can't we open up at like 12 or 11 or 9? I got like, you know what I mean? Let's let all those kids and get some solo cups passing out. Let's let all the kids come in here. Let's see what your parents are doing. You know, all these parents in Canton, they got to be watching this shit, right? It's like a soap opera. And there's people out there that know the truth. And they're just like, you lying fat fuck right now to Matt McCabe. So go get a beer, buddy. You go pay for Colin's beer too. Shit, buy your daughter a beer. You know, go have a Michelob Ultra. Go over to the waterfall. Put it on Chris Albert's tab. He just writes it off at the county meetings. Go do it. Go have some fun. What a load of shit. What a load. Oh my God, I'm taking off tomorrow. Have a great day. Yeah, everyone take off. Tomorrow's a national holiday. Come on. It's Jen McCabe. I'm going to have every time Jen McCabe says something, we're going to have a drinking contest. That bitch is crazy, and I can't wait to see it. She's a liar. Her husband's a liar. And I get it. They're lying because they're all going down. They're all going down. Those were fabricated screenshots. And then Lally just entered them in evidence. Fabricated evidence is in evidence right now in this case. Colin Albert said he has the same phone. Well, somebody should have, when he walked out of that building, 2 feds should have been right there to say, can we see your phone? Thank you. Download that motherfucker now. Come here to Boston. We can party all day. I'm coming to Boston. I actually had I was pissed though. We were trying to get a couple places to let me stream live during the day, and they all cried about it down there by the courthouse. What was it? Something with a horse name they pushed out. Yeah. Anyways, let's make a Junction solo cup party. Yeah. Let's make a blood themed punch. Yeah. All right, guys, take care until tomorrow. Or if you're joining me later on, let's spill some tea with the Idaho 4 case. Woo-wee! Bill Thompson, he's getting squeezed. He's choking on his own case. All right, guys, see you later. Peace out. Bye.